Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Horror Daily, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep to, so before that, I would appreciate if you liked the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? Gilbert was an inside kid. He lived in a small, two-story house in the curl of the cul-de-sac at the edge of town, guarded by wind-beaten pines and a chain-link fence smothered in rust. The house was older than the grocery store and probably the church, though not the graveyard. Gilbert would bet on it. The siding was weathered gray and there were soft spots in the foundation. But the porch swing creaked in a way that was almost music, and the mailbox had enough dents to look like a battered suit of armor. At night, the house shrank into darkness as if it were trying to hold itself together. Sometimes it succeeded. Sometimes, in winter, fat icicles collected along the gutter and glittered like teeth. And the darkness, there was the deepest shade imaginable. Gilbert's room was upstairs on the left. Not a large room, just enough space for the bed, a particle board bookcase, and a desk always sticky with glue or marker or both. His window overlooked the back fence and a tangled patch of blackberry that stretched over the property line like it was reclaiming lost territory. Beyond that, the neighbor's giant hound, which patrolled the yard like it was a prison guard. It was a Tuesday when the knocking started. Not dramatic, not even rhythmic, but they're all the same, a patient tap, tap, tap. At first, Gilbert assumed it was just the old house settling, or maybe the blackberries rattling in the wind. But the tapping was too persistent, too specific, always returning to the same spot, the lower left corner of his window. He mentioned it once at dinner, in between bites of microwave lasagna. His mom grunted and said it was probably the wind, or woodpeckers, or your imagination running riot again. Gilbert watched her press at her temples with two nicotine-stained fingers, eyes blown wide by too much work and not enough sleep, and didn't bring it up again. The knocking got bolder. By Thursday, it happened 3 or 4 times a day, always when Gilbert was in the room alone, always when he was trying to read. It left him prickly and uneasy, like something had touched him on the nape of the neck. He tried taping a paper towel over the spot, but the knocking came harder until the paper towel tore and fluttered to the carpet. He looked outside once, even though it was nearing midnight and the backyard was empty except for mist curling over the grass and the neighbor's hound, a white blur by the fence. Gilbert pressed his forehead to the glass, peering down, and the tapping stopped. The silence made him shiver. In the morning, he noticed the bruises. They were small dimes and blueberries, marching up his left forearm in a crooked line. Gilbert stared at them in the bathroom mirror, confused, then poked at the biggest one. It stung. He hid the bruises under a hoodie, but he couldn't help feeling like they were growing, multiplying, like mold colonizing a forgotten orange. He made it through the week. By Sunday, the knocking had spread. Not just his window, but the closet doors, the floorboards, even the inside of his desk drawer. Each noise was distinct, bright as a bell, so sharp that it felt like it left paper cuts in his brain. Gilbert spent Sunday night in his mom's room, sleeping on top of the covers because the sheets smelled like old perfume and something sour, and he woke up 3 times in the dark because he could hear the knocking from down the hall at his own door. He wondered if his mom could hear it too, or if she just pretended not to. On Monday morning, he sat up in bed and nearly shrieked, because his arm was covered shoulder to wrist in mottled purple. He wore a long sleeve under his hoodie that day, even though it was the first warm morning of the year. At breakfast, his mom scraped eggs onto his plate and said nothing about the extra layers. She left for work before the sun came up, and neither of them talked about last night. Gilbert didn't leave his room much that day. He tried to concentrate on his homework, but each knock pulled him further away from algebra, each thunk and rattle echoing in the hollow under his ribs. He pulled the covers over his head and pretended to nap, but the noise only got worse, closer, until he pressed his palms against his ears and squeezed shut his eyes. He woke up past sunset, dizzy with sleep and the sour stink of sweat. The sky outside was dull orange, like the insides of a pumpkin. Gilbert sat up, looked at the window and saw the face. Just for a second, a blur of lumpy gray pasted to the glass. There were no eyes, only indentations where eyes should be, like a potato face carved with a dull spoon. The mouth was wide and too dark, pulled into a cartoon O. Gilbert screamed, his own voice a splinter in his throat. The face spread away, dissolved like fog rolling back, leaving only a greasy handprint smeared against the pane. He jumped off the bed and scrambled to the door, but as he reached for the knob, it started knocking. Hard. The sound ran up his arm into his bones. He tripped, fell, scrambled again. It was locked. He hadn't locked it, had he? He didn't even own a key. The door rattled against its frame. Gilbert stumbled backward, half-crawled under the bed. The knocking grew softer, more insistent, like someone pleading. He forced himself to breathe in and out until his chest stopped rattling. He stared at the underbelly of his mattress, dust and silverfish and 3 lost pencils. He stared until his eyelids burned. The knocking faded, then stopped. He waited another hour before crawling out. The room was dead still, except for the faint sound of the neighbor's dog, howling to itself over the fence. Gilbert's left hand was numb, fingers blue at the edges. When he touched the doorknob it was shock cold, and for a second he thought he saw veins or cracks running up the metal. The next morning, the same bruises, darker, almost black. His fingers were clumsy, his hands swelling so fat that he could barely grip his toothbrush. Gilbert washed his face and stared at his reflection, pulling down his sleeve to see the bloom of color as it reached his palm. It didn't hurt, not exactly, but when he pressed his thumb to the skin, he thought he could feel something wriggling inside. That day, he tried to stay downstairs, in the living room, surrounded by the friendly weight of furniture and the TV's mindless babble. He heard the knocking from above, a muffled hammering inside his own skull. His mother worked a double shift and didn't come home until after dark. When she did, she barely looked at him, just poured herself a glass of wine and stared into the middle distance. Gilbert ate a Hot Pocket and didn't taste any of it, tried to read comics but couldn't follow the story. He curled up on the couch and tried to ignore the fact that his hand was now twice its original size and tingling with static. He fell asleep watching a rerun of some hospital drama. Sometime after midnight, the power went out. The TV shut off. The house blinked into silence, and in that silence, the knocking came loud and clear from the kitchen window. Gilbert pulled the blanket up to his chin. He stared at the window, but the pane was empty. Then something flattened against the glass, warping the reflection of the moon and the ugly old crabapple tree in the yard. Gilbert sat, rigid, as the shape pressed its face against the glass and smeared a film of something across it. It was the same face as before, but closer now, impossible to ignore. Tap, tap, tap. Fingers, like sticks of driftwood, beating the rhythm just above the window lock. Gilbert couldn't move, not from fear, though that was part of it, but because his legs had gone completely numb. He lifted the blanket and saw that the bruising had reached his thighs, black-brown and oily, pulsing slightly with his heartbeat. The face at the glass winked out of existence, replaced by an empty blackness. The knocking moved, they could both hear it, pattering on the exterior wall, marching from window to window along the lower floor. In the silence between taps, Gilbert heard the neighbor's dog barking itself hoarse, desperate, and for the first time he felt sorry for it. He tried to get up, but his knees locked and he fell hard, landing with his face against the cheap nylon carpet. The silence returned, thick as syrup. He crawled toward his mother's bedroom, dragging his legs behind, but when he reached the door, he stopped. There was a sound, something like a low whine, a whining pain. He pushed the door open. His mother sat on the edge of the bed, hugging herself tight. She didn't look up. The skin on her arms was mottled brown and purple, almost like Gilbert's. He tried to say something, but his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Instead, he just sat next to her, feeling the heat of her body against his bruised skin. He rested his head on her shoulder, and she didn't move. That night, the knocking stopped, for a few hours at least. When Gilbert woke, the bruises had faded. His limbs felt light, insubstantial, like they might float away if he wasn't careful. His mother was gone. There was a note on the table, her handwriting shaky, the lines veering wildly. "Don't go outside. Love you, Mom." He spent the whole day alone. It was early spring break, so he didn't have to go to school. And as the hours slipped by, the house grew colder and colder. At dusk, the knocking came back, louder than ever, like a fist pounding directly into his skull. It moved quickly, window to window, door to door. It found him wherever he tried to hide. Gilbert tried calling his mother, but the phone just beeped in his ear. He tried pulling the couch in front of the front door, but the bruises came back, spreading over his shoulders, into his chest like a creeping rot, and his arms gave out. At some point, the knocking moved up the stairs. He could hear it, heavy and mean, dragging itself in a circle around his locked bedroom door. He covered his ears and screamed, and finally, in the pressure cooker heat of terror, he fell asleep. He woke near dawn to a different sound. A sigh, as of something contented. Light filtered through the window, and in the newness of morning, Gilbert felt almost brave. He rolled out of bed, body squishy and sore, and crept to the window. There were footprints in the dew, leading from the fence all the way to the porch. They were not dog prints. They were long, with bowed toes and deep grooves, the size and shape of a human hand. He spent the day waiting, half in fear, half in anticipation, until he realized he wasn't alone. There was another note from his mother, this time scrawled across the fogged bathroom mirror, "Stay inside." He obeyed because what else was there to do? The days blurred into each other. It became clear that the knocking was a signal, a message, and Gilbert tried to listen. He kept a notebook and made a map of the house and a chart of the noises. Hallway, closet, under the floorboards. Each knock in its place, each rattle with its own logic. Sometimes he thought about opening the window and letting the face in. Sometimes, on the worst nights, he dreamed he had already opened it. And in the dream, the thing outside was just lonely or hungry for company. Maybe it was the only thing that understood him. On the fourth day of the knocking, the bruises came back, this time spreading over his neck and cheeks like a mask. At first they stung, but soon they just throbbed pleasantly, like something important trying to get his attention. The thing outside made itself known only between 3 and 4 a.m., knocking softly, as if it wanted to be let in but didn't want to wake the neighbors. On Thursday, the power went out for good. Gilbert sat in the cold dark and counted his breaths, tracing the pattern of bruises on his skin like they were continents on a globe. Gilbert kept his hands tucked into his armpits as he shivered against the chain-link fence at the far end of the playground. The wind came off the river, slicing through his puffy jacket and couple layers of shirt, but he didn't mind that part nearly as much as the eyes on him. The fence rattled and stung his cheek as a chilled gust knocked his forehead against it. He heard laughter. Brittle, high, unfamiliar, but for a moment he was sure it was about him until he looked back and saw the twins, Cade and Radley, rocking one of the tires that littered the schoolyard. They'd made the mistake of inviting Gilbert to play tire wars the first week of school, but he tripped over his own feet, landed on his face, and puked up the orange slice he'd eaten for breakfast. Even now, he could still taste the bile and rind in the back of his throat when he thought about it. He pressed his cheek to the frigid mesh and watched the parking lot fill up with the afternoon's cars and buses. Soon, the teachers would herd the students inside, into the musty corridors that always smelled like drying sneakers and linoleum wax, and then they'd stand guard to make sure no one made a break for the woods or the old quarry at the south end of the property. There were rumors about that quarry. Kids with older siblings talked about it like a war zone. Rock slides that caught people and buried them alive, copperheads thick as rope, broken cement pipes with rusted metal teeth. Sometimes, when Gilbert's dad got home from the liquid nitrogen plant and wasn't too tired, he'd mention how, back when he and Gilbert's mom were still together, they used to go skateboarding through the half-built tunnels and light bottle rockets off the cliffs. He talked about it like a cartoon. Dangerous, slapstick, fun. But the way the teachers paled and choked off any mention of the quarry told Gilbert the real story was worse. Mrs. Thurmond clapped her hands at the edge of the playground, her marshmallow parka making her look like a pink grub. Gilbert waited until half the class had collected near her before leaving the fence. He liked to follow in the tail of the herd and then slink to the back of the line so that no one jostled him or got ideas about tripping him. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and made for the doors, the world blurry and stinging. On his way up the steps, he caught sight of the new kid, or at least the newish kid. She'd started last week, coming in halfway through October, which was a bad time to be the new anything. She was taller than Gilbert, with yellow hair that hung in shocks like peeled corn, and she wore a black coat too thin for the weather. She moved with her shoulders bunched up around her ears, the way Gilbert did when his mom said something mean in the morning or the evening went sideways. He heard her name was Ellie or maybe Ellen, but either way, she'd already become the preferred target for Cade and Radley, who made little projects out of people like her. Gilbert watched as the twins boxed her in at the base of the stairs, one on either side, and whispered things that made her flinch. She stared at her shoes, a pair of battered chucks scrawled over with blue marker, and gave no sign that she heard them. The twins grew bored. This always happened, and it always felt like relief to Gilbert, even when it was someone else, and stomped off to the doors, kicking the scuppers for fun. He found himself lingering behind her, like a barnacle on her wake. She was still staring down, steps away from the door, the rest of the class streaming past like a river parting around a boulder. He cleared his throat. Hey, he said, instantly regretting it. She jerked her chin up, blue eyes flat with surprise. He blurted, "It's better if you don't let them see you get mad." She watched him for a second, as if deciphering a line of code, then gave a small, forced smile. "Thanks," she said, her voice barely fogging the air. He nodded, uncertain what to do now. They stood together in the gray hush, doors thumping as the last stragglers pushed through. He held the door for her, embarrassed by the formality of it, but she stepped close and slipped inside, and he followed. They wound through the hallways in silence. Gilbert noticed that Ellie, or Ellen, stuck to the seams where the linoleum tiles met the wall, barely brushing past the lockers. He recognized that tactic. Flow close to the walls, avoid the clusters of kids in the middle, keep to the margins. She'd figure it out soon enough. Or maybe not. Maybe she'd leave in a month, like so many of the other misfits who passed through Harding Junior High. Gilbert's locker was at the far end of the sixth graders' corridor, a location he'd been assigned after last year's incident with the fire alarm, which was a long story involving grape Jolly Ranchers and an unhealthy fascination with how things broke. He spun his combination and popped open the dented door. Behind him, someone cleared their throat. Ellen, yes, he was almost sure now it was Ellen, stood there holding a small, battered notebook. "Can I ask you something?" she said, voice low. Gilbert glanced over her shoulder to make sure there were no witnesses. "Sure. Where's the basement?" she said. Her eyes flicked left, right, then settled back on his face. "There's supposed to be a, fallout shelter or something under here, right?" Gilbert blinked. Why would she want to know about the basement? He only ever heard about it when janitors or PTA moms needed to scare kids away from certain stairwells. Why? She clutched the notebook tighter to her chest. "I just heard there's a way in from the old boiler room, and it sounded cool. I wanted to see it." Gilbert's mouth went dry. He did know about the boiler room. He'd spent 2 Saturday detentions down there with Mr. Bedrosian, cleaning out paint cans and inventorying ancient bags of salt for the parking lots. He'd seen the padlocked door in the back wall, the one rumored to lead to the bunker, but he'd also heard the stories, the ones about the nests of hornets that made their way inside every spring, or the time the janitor's dog got loose in the tunnels and came back without its tail. He considered lying, but something about Ellen's blunt intensity stopped him. "Yeah, there's a door," he said, "but you need the key." She grinned, showing a chip in her front tooth. "Do you know where the key is?" "No," he said, then instantly wondered if that counted as a lie. He'd never seen the key, but Mr. Bedrosian kept a ring of them on his belt. And anyway, the janitors all hung around the faculty lounge during lunch. "Maybe we could find it." She bobbed her head. "Meet me after last period?" He felt the premonition of nausea, the ghost of oranges and bile. But he nodded. The rest of the day passed in a blur of worksheets and videos and the steady thrum of the radiators. Gilbert drifted through his classes with half his brain chewing on the prospect of breaking into the bunker. He imagined what it looked like down there: bunks and canned food, Geiger counters and gas masks, maybe a wall with tally marks etched into the paint like a prison movie. He pictured Ellen finding something she liked and taking it, pocketing it the way she did with pencils and loose change left on desks. He thought about what it would be like to belong in a story with another person. At 2:34 p.m., when the last bell rang, Gilbert hesitated outside the custodian's office. Inside, through the wired glass door, he could see Mr. Bedrosian reclining in his chair, newspaper open like a tarp, boots up on the desk. The key ring hung from a hook on the wall behind him. Gilbert pressed his fingers to his lips, thinking. He counted the minutes. At 2:38, Bedrosian got up, stretching, then left the office, probably headed to the staff restroom at the end of the hall. Gilbert swooped in, silent as a mouse. The door wasn't even latched. He slipped in, grabbed the key ring, and ducked out just as Bedrosian's steps echoed down the return corridor. He made for the stairwell, clutching the ring with both hands. He felt Ellen's eyes before he saw her crouched behind the vending machines, waiting. She popped up and fell in beside him, calm and wordless. They padded down the stairs to the lowest level, then another set that twisted into the subbasement. The lights there were dim and dust-coated. Gilbert's nose filled with a cocktail of old mold and bleach, and at the bottom of the steps he thought he heard a scuttle of small feet, but that could have been his imagination. The boiler room was a cathedral of pipes and tanks. In the center, a blue steel beast rumbled and pinged. To the right, past sagging pallets of road salt, they found the door. Battered, bolted, its edges painted over 3 or 4 times. Ellen tried the first key, no luck. She worked down the line, tilting her head, showing that gap-toothed grin each time a key stuck in the lock and jammed. A 4th try, the cylinder slid, and she gave Gilbert a sly look. "You first," she said. Gilbert was no dummy. He knew this was a test. His heart hammered in his neck, but he twisted the knob and pushed the door open. The air inside was wet and still. It didn't smell like anything Gilbert recognized. Not school, not bleach, not even dust. More like the inside of a seashell, or the time his dad found that chunk of petrified wood on the riverbank and cracked it open with a hammer. Ancient and hollow and secret. The flashlight app on Ellen's phone was the only light. It made the cement walls sweat, throwing their shadows tall and warped. The corridor sloped away from them, floor slick with algae or some darker ooze. Ellen led, and Gilbert tightened his jacket around his middle and trailed her. "Check it out," she whispered, pointing to a wall of metal racking full of boxes. She rifled through them, pulling out a stack of yellowed pamphlets. "Civil Defense Procedures," she read, then giggled. Gilbert wandered ahead, feet slipping on the unsteady ground. The hallway opened to a larger room, maybe 30 feet across, a relic from a time when the world was supposed to end in mushroom clouds and fall out. Shelves and cots folded against the walls, and under the cots, something pale and moving. He froze. "There's something in here." Ellen sidled up, her phone light aimed at the floor. "Where?" He swallowed. "There. Under the..." He pointed, but nothing. Just the shadow of the cot and a pool of ancient grime. But when he looked again, the floor shimmered, slightly, like worms in garden dirt. He knelt, trying to see under the cot, and caught a glimpse of something, pale, segmented, then gone. His hands sweated. He wanted to stand, but embarrassment kept him crouched. He reached out and tapped the cot frame. Something rustled. He jerked back, falling over his own feet. Ellen laughed, but there was an edge to it. "Nice try," she said, but her voice wobbled. The next second, the whole cot rattled. Gilbert rolled up, backing into Ellen, who nearly dropped her phone. "Okay, what the—" Ellen started, but the words crunched off as something shot from under the cot. A blur of bone and cartilage and too many legs. The thing was like a centipede if centipedes grew as thick as garden hoses. One of its legs scraped his shoe as it fled into the shadows. They both screamed. Ellen's phone clattered to the floor, spinning in a crazy, disco ball whirl until it settled on the moldy cement. They ran. Gilbert didn't remember the next 5 minutes. He only remembered being at the top of the stairs again, lungs laced. On Sunday, Ricky rolled out of bed at 2 in the afternoon, the apartment sweating with humidity and the groan of window AC units. Nessa was already gone, her side of the bed cold, so he wandered shirtless to the kitchen, where the heat slathered him like another layer of skin. 2 bowls and a spoon sat unwashed in the sink, and through the living room's cracked door, a humming from Nessa's sewing machine. He stood at the threshold, watching as she fed a shock blue piece of linen under the presser foot. Her knuckles were pale from gripping the fabric taut. "Do you want coffee?" he asked, voice thin from disuse. She kept sewing, her lips pressed tight in concentration. "It's 3 p.m., she said, finally glancing up. He lingered near the door, watching her hands. The sewing machine's rhythm reminded him of a train, a kind of relentless linear motion. He tried to remember where they were supposed to go tonight. The party, which was officially a housewarming for Dean and Claire, who had moved to a 2-bedroom that was somehow even smaller than their old one. He thought of the bathroom tiles, the way Grout always harbored hair. "We're low on groceries," he said. "I can go." Nessa nodded, cut the thread with a sharp snap. She wore pajama shorts and a tank top, the same kind she'd worn that night in December when he first saw her at the laundromat. He'd thought she was someone else that night, some girl whose name he forgot but who used to sell him weed. Nessa had asked him for a quarter for the tumble dryer, and he noticed her chipped nail polish, the faint bruising under the edge of her eye. Now, she stacked her sewing in a neat pile, hands moving with crisp efficiency. "We need toilet paper and eggs," she said, "and half and half. If you go now, we can make it to Dean's before 6. He got dressed in the crumpled t-shirt from yesterday, the armpit sour. The bodega was a 6-minute walk, the crosswalk sticky with last night's spilled beer and the heat making everything shimmer. On the corner, guys hawked CDs from a plastic milk crate. Farther down, 2 old women argued over lottery numbers. Ricky slid into the bodega, grabbing a carton of eggs, the half-and-half bread, a pack of rolling papers for Nessa. He wondered if he should bother with the overpriced roses wilting near the register, but skipped them for a lighter. The cashier was a kid he'd seen around campus, with a nose ring and a greasy cape of hair. He took Ricky's card and eyed the rolling papers. "Your girl smoke?" the kid said, arching an eyebrow. Ricky shrugged. "She does a lot of things." Back home, Nessa was gone. There was a note in blocky handwriting, "Dean's early. Bring ice, beer, don't be a dick." He made a sandwich with limp bread and the last of the sliced turkey, then hid the weed he'd grabbed for Dean in his pocket, even though Nessa said Dean only joked about getting high now. The subway was stifling. Ricky pressed his knees together and scrolled absent-mindedly through his phone, pausing on a text from Nessa. "Don't forget." He typed back, "Have weed, what's don't be a dick mean?" At the new apartment, Claire opened the door with a wide neon grin, ushering him into the blast of cold air and mingled smells of garlic bread and body spray. Nessa sat on a paint-speckled futon, elbow deep in a bowl of chips. She had traded her pajamas for a sleeveless dress and coal liner that made her eyes look huge and haunted. She lifted her chin in recognition. Dean swept in from the kitchen, hair as perfect as a shampoo ad, and clapped Ricky on the shoulder. "It lives," he boomed, already half drunk. Ricky grinned and fished out the weed, holding it up for the room to see. Claire snatched it, moved to the window, and started rolling a joint, her long fingers sure and practiced. "You want a Ness?" she called. Nessa hesitated, then stood beside the window, the city's clatter crawling through the glass. They passed the joint in silence, breaths ghosting in the humid air, and Ricky took a seat beside the futon, arms loose at his sides. Conversation drifted from shitty jobs to someone named Monique's impending divorce, back to the rising rent and the trash strike, all of it looping and linking. Ricky watched Nessa, who laughed easily but rarely, and who sometimes went quiet mid-sentence as if listening for something outside herself. At some point, Claire cranked up the speakers. Nessa put her head on Ricky's shoulder, heat from her skin baking through his shirt. "Remember?" she said. And he did. Last summer, fire escape parties and the night the city blacked out and they all sat in the hallway with candles, eating buttered Pop-Tarts and talking about ghosts. He remembered the outline of Nessa's body in the candlelight, a silhouette he traced later when they collapsed together on his mattress, sweating, heads full of sugar and flame. He curved his arm around her and let the memory drift up between them like a balloon. At 9, Dean led everyone to the roof with plastic cups of cherry vodka. The sun was mostly gone, sky a bruised blue. Nessa walked ahead, skipping the last 2 steps. Ricky followed, half drunk and wishing he'd brought a jacket against the chill. She stopped at the ledge, looking out. "The lights are nice," she said. If he angled his head, he could see the river, a flick of silver beyond the highway. "You ever get the feeling," she said, "that it all just keeps going and going long after you leave?" She tapped her chest. "Like, none of this cares if you're here for it." He thought she meant the city, or maybe the party, but her voice trembled at the end, so he caught her hand, squeezed it. "I care," he said, feeling dumb, but she laughed and pressed her hair against his cheek. They stood at the edge for a long while, breathing in the electric dark, feet inches from the place where the rooftop ended and all the lights began. Britt stepped out onto the porch, sweat trickling down the center of her back. Her shirt had already clung tight again, and the air outside was a wet mouth on her skin. There was thunder. She could feel it like music in her joints, but the rain hadn't started yet, so the scent of scorched concrete hung around, thick enough to taste. The neighbors' kids, half feral with midsummer, shrieked war cries from somewhere behind the hedge, and Mrs. Cormier next door was smoking on a lawn chair in her slippers, her hairy-legged terrier hacking at the end of a hot pink leash. Britt tried for the 100th time this summer to remember what her own mother's laugh sounded like. When she attempted to summon the memory, it always came up wrong. Shotgun, full-throated, collapsed immediately into hoarse coughing. The shape of it felt enormous. In the photos, her mom looked portable, small enough to fit in the slender arc of Britt's arm, but life had never matched the pictures. On the stoop, the rusted wind chimes flicked needily against one another, the hollow peel like a dozen empty bottles rolling over themselves. Britt dug her fingernail beneath the nail of her thumb until she hurt. She wasn't supposed to leave the house. House arrest, technically, a phrase her father wielded after she'd been found in the produce cooler at Target with 2 of Neil Drum's fingers in her mouth and a bottle of vanilla extract in her bra. Her phone, gone. The laptop, monitored. But the front porch was neutral territory. She could watch the sky, and the world could watch her back. The window behind her squeaked. Dad, inside, keeping inventory. He always seemed smaller at home, shirtless and sock-footed, his arms threaded with angry red lines from where he'd burned himself at the warehouse job. He hadn't said more than 12 words to her since Tuesday, and half of them were, "What the hell?" Tonight, She could hear the murmur of SportsCenter drifting down the hallway, and she pictured him camped upright on their mattress, surrounded by beer cans and the scatological gravitas of Tom Brady. The clock on her phone, which she'd snuck out of the kitchen drawer, showed 6:42. The air pressure changed the way it did before a tornado. Britt thought about Neil, about his raw-boned hands and the way he mouthed her name as if it were a cuss or a prayer. And she thought about the bottle of vanilla extract, how sticky it had made her chest, how Neil had traced the rim of plastic and then sucked the liquid from her skin like he was memorizing flavor. She thought about the way her father's voice had sounded that night, not angry but absolutely defeated, like each syllable was a stone in his mouth. Mrs. Cormier squinted up at Britt, her face resembling a crumpled envelope. "You mind turning off those damn chimes?" she called, her accent as broad as the river. Britt ignored her. The wind would take what it wanted anyway. Down the street, someone had started a charcoal grill, and the smell of it commingled with her sweat, earthy and close. The first hot raindrops pecked at her arms, lukewarm, barely a relief. She found herself wishing for a flood just to see if the house would float. What would be left standing when the water receded? Which memories would remain lodged in the walls like damp stains? A flash of lightning so close it shocked the world white. Britt blinked the afterimage from her eyes and, for a second, imagined she could see her mother standing in the yard, grinning wide, arms thrown open to the storm. But it was just the heat, the light, the play of shadows moving across the yard. Inside, her father's voice rose. He was on the phone, the way he always was after 2 beers, half laughing, half pleading with some friend from the old days. He didn't hear Britt when she stepped back through the door, into the kitchen. She checked the fridge for something cold, finding instead a row of empty Tupperwares and a single, wilted cucumber. She took it, split it in half on the counter, and ate it with salt, one watery bite at a time. Tomorrow, she decided, would be different. Tomorrow she'd find the box of photos, force herself to sort through them, line up the years in neat and mournful order. She'd have to, eventually. On the table, the phone buzzed. Neil again. She stared at the incoming notification, at the string of emojis and half-jokes, at the way he never quite spelled her name right. She pressed her finger to the glass, then let it ring. The rain built up, slow and heavy. Pausing for just a moment, Britt stepped to the window and watched the world go blurry behind the curtain of water, the whole block running to green and gray. She could almost believe she was somewhere else entirely, a place with no rules, no fathers glowering from the doorways, no empty Tupperware. She closed her eyes and let the sound of the rain fill her up. There were 2 ashtrays side by side on the table, one the color of coral, the other gray, both holding a foul constellation of filters, knotted napkins, and one battered toothpick. The coffee was cold. The men sitting across from her wore coats unchanged from the night before, reeking of aftershave and wet wool. If she'd had to guess, they hadn't slept. They stared at her over hands cradling mugs, and she recognized the kind of hunger in their faces. Not the familiar, dumb animal kind, but something more brittle, more meticulous. The kind that put its tongue on your problem and never let go. "You said you don't remember past the lights?" The older one, salt and pepper at the temples, had eyebrows like shredded brush. The lines in his forehead made a map. She said it again about the lights, how they flickered and then made her feel sick, like watching a movie on fast forward, the world stuttering too fast to keep up and then slamming quiet. The younger one, mustache thin as pencil lead, fished in his breast pocket, tugged out a weathered notepad, and scribbled something with a vicious little tick of his wrist. The reality of the situation hung between them. 4 hours missing, and a wreckage that didn't make sense. "And when you woke up," the older one prompted, "what's the first thing you remember?" The cold, or rather, an absence of warmth so deep it could have been alive itself, growing teeth and bearing down on her as she lay on the floor, cheek pressed to concrete, hair in her mouth, a metallic note in the air, sharp as blood. The parking lot had emptied while she was out. Only the far-off echo of the nightclub's bass line left. And her car. She'd never seen a windshield do that, buckle inwards like it had seen the future and flinched. "I felt like I had to run," she said, like someone was still there. The older one nodded, the way people did when they knew they should. "But there wasn't?" She shook her head, though she couldn't swear by it. "I just ran." She didn't say that the sensation lingered even now, a fleshy ghost in her collarbones. A pause, then, "Do you ever get headaches? Lose time before?" She looked at him for a long moment, wondering if she could trust him with the memory. The childhood spells, the slipping sideways for a minute, an hour, never sure what was missing. Her mother had called it daydreaming, like it was a habit to be shamed away. "No more than normal," she said. The younger detective set down his mug with a sound like a small verdict. "Next time, call us right away. Don't drive." His notebook snapped shut. The words fell hard, final. He had already decided on her story. When they left, their place was taken by the waitress, the same one from midnight, whose pink lipstick was now smudged around her smile. She refilled the mug, let the silence lean in, then said, "You looked out of it last night." She wanted to ask what she'd looked like, but was afraid the answer would be too close to the way she felt. Thinned out, ghost-bleached. Instead, she just smiled, and took the coffee, and held the cup until the warmth dug in, slow and mean as a winter sun. After a while, she found herself walking back to the lot, through the clean morning air that scraped her lungs. There were fresh streaks on the concrete where her car had stood, divots the shape of narrow heels, and farther off, near the dumpster, a shattered pair of sunglasses. Hers, probably, but she'd never seen them before in her life. She stood with her hands in her pockets, watching the sunlight catch on the cracked plastic. It was possible, she thought, to become a stranger to yourself, inch by inch. Some people did it all at once, but for most it was gradual, a slow, sweet drift. She left the sunglasses there and walked home, trying to remember what it felt like to be whole. Cody stared out the window at the tight-packed houses and scrubby triangle lawns, working the idea around in his mouth like a toothpick. He could see it, almost, Deshawn's long face and skinny arms, his two patched-together bikes, the new green paint on his mom's door. He tried picturing him dying, and the image slipped. It felt foreign, unconvincing. The sunlight squeaked through the screen onto Cody's bare toes. But sometimes you didn't know how brittle something was until it broke. That was a Mrs. Beatty line. He said it out loud and liked the sound, the mild weight of wisdom. He heard the TV in the living room shift from ads to SpongeBob, SpongeBob's yell instantly recognizable. Jace's voice, too, just a notch below, whining, "Cody, you done with the sandwich?" He walked the plate to his brother, who didn't say thanks. Cody left the crusts on the plate, something for Jace to fuss over. His own mom, back in the kitchen, scrubbed at the stove with the same rag she used on the counters, one of the yellow ones that was supposed to be for dishes only. "If you're going out, come back before dark," she said, not looking at him. He said he would. She didn't ask where. A glass clinked as she said it, upside down on a towel. He wanted to ask about her day at the Red Barn, or what she'd do if something happened to Jace. But when he tried to speak, the question tasted like dough and wouldn't swallow. Cody opened the back door and stepped into the yard. The sun stabbed his eyelids shut for a second, and the breeze brought in the creek smell, dusty and algae-rich. The gate stuck at the bottom, then gave way with a bruise of sound. The house was just loud enough that by the time he hit the sidewalk, he knew his brother wouldn't be listening anymore. Deshawn lived on Madison, 2 blocks down and up the hill, apartment B. As he walked, Cody tried to remember the exact way Deshawn looked that Friday at lunch. He'd been hyped about the track meet. He'd held out his knuckles for Cody to punch. Cody's hand had hesitated half a second too long, so Deshawn had poked him and called him a goof. He couldn't remember what they talked about after that. Maybe they didn't talk at all. Maybe they just ate and then watched the seventh graders slingshot baby carrots at the library windows. At the corner, Cody pressed the crosswalk button, even though there were no cars. He watched the light change, red to white. The man on the sign blinked insistently. That's how it was with all things, he thought. Either you stopped or you moved, and the time in between didn't count. Deshawn's apartment was up a half flight of concrete stairs. The door with a sticker peeled off and stuck on again crooked. Cody knocked soft, then harder, and after footsteps it opened a crack. Deshawn's mom, hair tied back with a red scarf, gave him a quick look and then wider. "Hey, Cody," she said. "He's in the back. You can head on through." She was smiling, but her lips were tight. There was a smell of onions and something metallic, like blood or pennies. Inside, he heard a TV on somewhere, and Deshawn's voice, not loud, but laughing. "No way, you got it." He found Deshawn on the carpet with two other kids, one of whom Cody recognized from gym, the other he didn't know. They had a game going, cards and quarters in a blue tub with some kind of scoring on the side. Cody watched around, then dropped to his knees and slid in next to Deshawn, who nodded at him but didn't say anything else. They played until Deshawn's mom called them for food. Beef and noodles mixed with corn, slopped onto paper plates. The other kids left at dusk, their bikes squeaking down the sidewalk. Cody and Deshawn sat on the makeshift porch, legs dangling through rusted bars. "You really think about dying?" Cody asked, voice low enough that cars couldn't hear. "Not me," Deshawn said. "But people, yeah. My uncle, he was there and then not. Which is weird when you keep seeing the chair he always sat in." Cody nodded, even though he didn't have a chair to imagine. Like, sometimes you think you'll see them again, but you won't. "Nah, I'm gonna see him someday," Deshawn said. And Cody realized he meant in heaven or somewhere, and now Cody had to believe it a little too. They watched the sky go orange, and the first mosquitoes started to whine. Cody slapped one off his ankle. "Come on," Deshawn said, and led him down the stairs and around back to the creek. The air was cooler there, and fireflies hovered over the water in fat blinks. For a while, they just threw rocks at the glinting surface. "Hey, you ever wish you could be a fish?" Cody asked, not sure what made the question pop out. Deshawn spat, then grinned. "Only if I get to be a shark." Cody tried to picture that, Deshawn with shark teeth and a fin, chasing minnows up and down the drainage. He laughed, and Deshawn's smile split the night. They stayed out like that, arms length apart, shadows stretching and thinning, until someone's mom called from a window and it was time to go. On his way home, Cody watched the sky for anything out of the ordinary. He was sure, just for a second, he saw a flicker of blue against the gray. More likely a police light, but he let himself imagine anyway. He watched the taillights recede down the block, neon red through the light rain, until there was nothing but the water running down his face and the echo of Sabrina's voice, taut and knife-sharp, in his ears. The wind snatched at her last words, made nonsense of them, rewrote their meaning. Get some sleep, get a life, get over yourself. If she'd meant any of it, none of those things would have been possible. He stood on the porch, right hand curled around a baluster, the wood splintering under his grip. The twin lamps over the garage were useless, nothing but two yellow bruises of light at the edge of the lawn. The street was a wet black wound, stitched at intervals with the fading glow of sodium vapor. Farther down, a neighbor's house flickered with the blue pulse of a television, but the hush of the night meant all the windows and doors were shut tight. He didn't move, not until the drifting smell of after-rain damp and cut grass became stronger than the lingering perfume in the air where she'd stood a moment before. He needed to pee, and his skin itched from the humidity, and none of it seemed even slightly relevant. He counted his breaths to 10, and then again, and when he was sure his legs would work, he pushed himself off the porch and went inside. The house was too big for one person, too quiet, especially after the click of the lock and the hollow echo of the door thudding into its frame. He left the lights off in the front hallway. One less thing to see, one less invitation for memory to creep in. Her bag was still by the coat rack, the one he'd bought 100 years ago when a weekend away had seemed like a permanent solution. After her, the ghost of a perfume aisle, the rubbery residue of her yoga mat, 3 pairs of shoes, none practical, all expensive. He opened the fridge and then shut it again when he saw the half bottle of wine with his own handwriting on the label, Sabrina. Do not drink, in blocky black marker, which was so perfectly her that his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He stood with his forehead against the fridge door, the metal almost cool. She could still come back. The car could turn around or not turn at all or never have left. But he heard the slow, steady tick of the rain down the gutters and the pulse in his jaw and realized he didn't believe that. Not at all. He let himself sag, his own weight pulling at his joints like marionette strings gone slack. The last few times she'd left, he hadn't even noticed until the next morning. The bed too empty, the toast untouched, the threat of a note folded between the bills on the counter. This time he'd seen her go. He'd asked her to. He'd made it the only reasonable option. His phone vibrated in his back pocket, the silent buzz making him jump. His fingers hesitated over the screen. Nothing from her. Only 2 messages from work. Another system failure. Another urgent please respond. He flicked the phone off again, set it face down in the basket by the microwave, and let the rest of the world collapse to the familiar prism of the dark kitchen. The cartoon dog magnet, the flickering numbers of the coffee maker, the gash of light under the closed bathroom door. He went upstairs, taking off his shoes to muffle his steps, though there was nobody left to wake. The house settled and shifted under him, a slow expansion of wood and dust. In the master bathroom, he stared at himself, ringed with condensation in the spotless mirror. Reddened eyes, the grain of stubble just coming in, lips pressed thin and colorless. The face was familiar and new and ugly, and he didn't look at it long. He washed his hands, slowly, lathering up to the elbows the way she'd always insisted when he cooked. The water ran, and he watched it go because he couldn't think of anywhere else it could possibly end up. He kept the hall light off as he crossed to his bedroom, moving by muscle memory, stepping around the 2 wide-end table and the heap of her clean laundry from the last weekend. He should sleep. He needed to. Instead, he sat at the edge of the bed, knees together, feet turned in, and waited for the room to shrink around him, for the rest of the night to pass. Could not have been more than an hour before his phone vibrated again. This time it was a single line of text, 3 syllables, nothing more. Don't. No sender, but he didn't need one. He squeezed the phone so hard he felt the seams flex under his palm. He set the phone face down again. Waited for morning. Heather waited, bracing for the outburst. Instead, her father breathed out through his nose, the way he did after catching himself yelling at a little league game, trying to look like he hadn't meant it. He wiped down his camera lens again, his elbow knocking against an overturned can of Sprite. Heather's mother emerged from inside the van with a load of towels stacked to her chin, navigating by sonar, it seemed, since she almost plowed into Heather on her way to the picnic table. Wet ones on the clothesline, her mother called, her voice already receding as she dumped the load and disappeared back inside. Leave the sand outside, please. Heather's younger brother ran by, shirtless, feet squishing into the soft grass like a stampede of one. He wore goggles, which turned his face into a screaming bugs. Heather imagined throwing sand at him. The urge was nearly overwhelming. Her father caught her look, and for a moment, his face threatened to crack back into that wincing half-smile, the one he wore after car accidents and orthodontist appointments. He set the camera on the table, adjusted the tripod with deliberate care, and faced her. You're not going to be in the mood all week, are you? The words snapped in the air. Heather thought about lying, but she was too tired to invent a future Heather, one who was less sullen and more grateful. She shrugged, giving him nothing. He leaned in, lowering his voice until it was just for her. You could at least try. Your mother planned this for months. Heather studied a mosquito biting the back of her own hand, debating whether to let it finish. Her skin burned, but when she slapped it, the mosquito left a streak of her blood anyway. What do you want from me? She asked quietly. I didn't want to come here. Her father recoiled like she'd struck him. It's a family vacation. That's what families do. She wondered if he believed it. If somewhere, locked in the hardest parts of himself, he thought vacations fixed things. That sand in your crotch and dead Wi-Fi equaled some kind of parental absolution. Across the campground, the boy with the skateboard reappeared, holding a stick now, his face red and determined. He stabbed at something under a birch tree, then bent to retrieve whatever he'd killed. Heather, look at me. Her father put a hand on her arm, gentle but insistent. The touch made her want to cry, which only intensified the pressure behind her breastbone. Don't, she said, voice sticky with warning. He let go. You can't just sulk the entire. Dad, she said, finally looking at him. Please. They stared at each other for a full 10 seconds, maybe more. Then her father turned away, setting his jaw, and picked up the camera again. Fine, but I need a few photos before dinner. For your mom. She nodded just once. He seemed to deflate, as if she'd squeezed the last protest out of him. You know, this is supposed to be fun, he muttered. Not at her, but not to himself either. Heather watched the light catch on the lens, refracting into rainbow rings across the picnic table. Somewhere distant, cicadas buzzed, as relentless as the humidity. She wiped at the mosquito blood and went to join her brother, who was now digging for something beneath their camper, goggles fogged and jaw set. She didn't want to be here, but for the moment at least she was. The stairs at 807 Malthus Lane had never once creaked beneath Gilbert. Most belonged to the type of house that settled into itself, a little sigh of shrinking timber or distended floorboards, but this place just sat, stolid and waiting. 2 stories and a crawl space beneath, perched on a corner lot, the shingles curling away from the roof as if the house itself wanted nothing to do with the cold world above. Across the street, everything was new. Beige garages, plastic siding, fake stone chimneys, mailboxes that stood in a straight parade. Gilbert lingered under the overhang, waiting for the last click of his mother's Accord's blinker to disappear. He kept the same route through the house every afternoon, his backpack cut across the dining room table like a burglar's shadow. There was nothing to do, nowhere to sit that wasn't already claimed by his father's cardboard boxes or his mother's home office, which was a ring of half-eaten pens and unopened binders corralled around a cracked laptop. Besides, today he planned to brave the crawl space again. He'd gone down there on Wednesday, pressed by a dare from Andrew Trask, and discovered something that no one in his house believed. At the door to the basement, Gilbert cold-palmed the knob. It stuck fast with old paint, and the air behind it escaped in one long sigh, as if it had been holding itself pent up for exactly this. The steps, too shallow for actual feet, forced him sideways, so he slid to the bottom on the soles of his shoes, landing on the concrete with an ankle wrench. The root beer smell of old plywood and mineral dust closed over him like the inside of a dead tree. He'd seen it on Wednesday, down here, behind the water heater, which thumped and sighed with involuntary life, was a door. No one else had noticed. His dad had joked about all the secret rooms these old dumps have. But when he'd shown him, the door was just a bolt-on panel covering a nest of pipes and spiderwebs. Nothing down here, his dad had grunted, and the subject was closed. But today, when he swept the flashlight beam across the block, the door was there again. Unmistakably a door, not a panel, with a round knob and flaking lead paint that looked, even at a distance, like thick scabs on a wound. He inched closer. There was a draft, thin and persistent, as though something pressed its lips to the crack and breathed steadily into the crawl space. Gilbert reached out, and the cold metal of the knob repelled every cell in his palm, but he twisted it anyway. The latch resisted, then gave way with a crunch, and the door swung slowly into a void so black the flashlight seemed to absorb into it like a rag into ink. No old crawlspace would have overheads, but a bulb somewhere flicked. It buzzed itself to life, a naked yellow loop above a set of stairs that ran much farther than the height of the house could allow. They dropped away at a kind of cartoon angle, like some shoddy architect had drafted them in a moment of sabotage. The air was running water-cold, as if it filtered up from a spring. The steps groaned beneath him as he descended. This time not household timber's complaint, but something more hollow, a call and answer from boards that had not moved in decades. At the bottom, the space was much bigger than the house above. A tunnel led off, mortared in with local stone, the kind they used to build the city's retaining walls. No wires, no insulation. Only his own breath and the tapping whine of his shoes. He felt for his phone, but realized he'd left it upstairs. Punishment for the last screen time infraction. If something happened down here, his mother wouldn't even know. The thought gave him that white-backed fear that made his head heavy and his arms go light as feathers. So he moved faster. After maybe 20 steps, the tunnel opened up into a room where the floor dipped down and the ceiling stayed flat, like the inside of a sinkhole. At the center was a circle of dirt, perfectly round, like someone had cored out the basement for a wedding ring. Gilbert circled it, careful not to step past the edge, although he didn't know why. Felt like trespassing. Even so, curiosity dipped his head for a closer look. At the circle's edge, the dirt moved. Barely, just a ripple under the dust, like a snake under dry leaves. He stared, his breath stuck in his throat. The surface was still again. Then something thin and white poked out, so quickly he lost it. He leaned in further. The circle pulsed, dust shifting, a finger of something rising out. It was a worm, but not an earthworm. White as a tendon, jointed like a spider's leg. It flexed and braced as it broke into the air. Then another. 3, 4, a dozen, fanned out like a camera's iris. They found each other, braided, and then the whole core convulsed and erupted into a thicket of these things. Limbs, stalks, bones? Rising, assembling, until Gilbert realized that what he'd taken as random crawling was a deliberate attempt to reach out and touch him. He jerked back, shoes scraping the ring, a tiny slide of the perimeter crumbling into the pit. The limbs snaked up, hungry, silent, swaying in a pattern of searching. Gilbert clambered back, away from the circle, then turned and ran for the tunnel. He hit the stairs hard and fast, catching the flashlight on a low-hanging pipe so it spun from his fingers and bounced down the steps, the bulb shattering in a brief explosion of darkness. In the pitch, he could hear the things behind him, not moaning or gibbering, but moving, an insectal crackle of bone and dirt. He nearly slipped on the last stair, scrambled to the top, and slammed the door behind him. The latch clicked, grindy and sticky as before, but this time he pressed his whole body into it, as if his ribs and lungs could supply the force of a grown man twice his father's size. He was still there, breathless and sweating, a cold tide soaking through his clothes, when his mother came home. She was shouting his name, but not in a worried way, just her typical "Where's Gilbert? Why isn't dinner started?" cadence. He let the sound of her calling drag him back up to the surface. The next morning was school, and he told no one, not even Andrew, who would have wanted to come over and see, or at least call him a pussy for running. At lunch, Gilbert sat alone, knees up, chewing cold pizza. The greasy taste settled on his tongue and wouldn't leave, and every time he thought of the things, the writhing white tendons, his fingers flexed in his lap until his nails left white crescent moons in his skin. That night his father was gone, late shift at the plant. His mother was wrapped in her bedroom, phone braced to her cheek as she speed-walked from closet to dresser to bathroom, narrating her evening to some unseen friend. Gilbert stood in the kitchen, staring at the humming refrigerator, and then without thinking filled a sandwich bag with salt and took it down the basement. The idea of salt, of lines and circles and barriers, had baked into his brain from too many Halloween movies. He wasn't sure if it worked, but it felt better to carry it. He opened the door to the crawl space with the bag of salt pinched to his chest, heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his gums. The air was still cold, but the tunnel was empty, and the yellow bulb above the stairs was extinguished. Maybe it was all a trick of the light, he thought, a hallucination conjured by mold spores and the endless stress of moving. Or maybe it was waiting for him. He tiptoed down, the sandwich bag slippery in his hand, then paused at the base of the steps. The circle was visible straight ahead, and something was different. Instead of white, the soil glistened with a rusty red, as if the earth had bled out in the night. He stepped closer, careful not to inhale, and saw the limbs were gone, retracted or dead, but scattered among the dirt were small discs, flat and hard, shaped like communion wafers. Gilbert reached for one, nudged it with his shoe, then knelt to pick it up. It was a fingernail, human, but transparent, ridged with dirt, the underside still caked with something dark and moist. He let it drop and brushed his hands on his jeans, then fled back up the stairs. The stairs at 807 Malthus Lane had never once creaked beneath Gilbert. Most belonged to the type of house that settled into itself, a little sigh of shrinking timber or distended floorboards, but this place just sat, stolid and waiting. 2 stories and a crawl space beneath, perched on a corner lot, the shingles curling away from the roof as if the house itself wanted nothing to do with the cold world above. Across the street, everything was new. Beige garages, plastic siding, fake stone chimneys, mailboxes that stood in a straight parade. Gilbert lingered under the overhang, waiting for the last click of his mother's Accord's blinker to disappear. He kept the same route through the house every afternoon, his backpack cut across the dining room table like a burglar's shadow. There was nothing to do, nowhere to sit that wasn't already claimed by his father's cardboard boxes or his mother's home office, which was a ring of half-eaten pens and unopened binders corralled around a cracked laptop. Besides, today he planned to brave the crawl space again. He'd gone down there on Wednesday, pressed by a dare from Andrew Trask, and discovered something that no one in his house believed. At the door to the basement, Gilbert cold-palmed the knob. It stuck fast with old paint, and the air behind it escaped in one long sigh, as if it had been holding itself pent up for exactly this. The steps, too shallow for actual feet, forced him sideways, so he slid to the bottom on the soles of his shoes, landing on the concrete with an ankle wrench. The root beer smell of old plywood and mineral dust closed over him like the inside of a dead tree. He'd seen it on Wednesday, down here, behind the water heater, which thumped and sighed with involuntary life, was a door. No one else had noticed. His dad had joked about all the secret rooms these old dumps have. But when he'd shown him, the door was just a bolt-on panel covering a nest of pipes and spiderwebs. Nothing down here, his dad had grunted, and the subject was closed. But today, when he swept the flashlight beam across the block, the door was there again. Unmistakably a door, not a panel, with a round knob and flaking lead paint that looked, even at a distance, like thick scabs on a wound. He inched closer. There was a draft, thin and persistent, as though something pressed its lips to the crack and breathed steadily into the crawl space. Gilbert reached out, and the cold metal of the knob repelled every cell in his palm, but he twisted it anyway. The latch resisted, then gave way with a crunch, and the door swung slowly into a void so black the flashlight seemed to absorb into it like a rag into ink. No old crawl space would have overheads, but a bulb somewhere flicked. It buzzed itself to life, a naked yellow loop above a set of stairs that ran much farther than the height of the house could allow. They dropped away at a kind of cartoon angle, like some shoddy architect had drafted them in a moment of sabotage. The air was running water-cold, as if it filtered up from a spring. The steps groaned beneath him as he descended, this time not household timber's complaint but something more hollow, a call and answer from boards that had not moved in decades. At the bottom, the space was much bigger than the house above. A tunnel led off, mortared in with local stone, the kind they used to build the city's retaining walls. No wires, no insulation, only his own breath and the tapping whine of his shoes. He felt for his phone, but realized he'd left it upstairs. Punishment for the last screen time infraction. If something happened down here, his mother wouldn't even know. The thought gave him that white-backed fear that made his head heavy and his arms go light as feathers. So he moved faster. After maybe 20 steps, the tunnel opened up into a room where the floor dipped down and the ceiling stayed flat, like the inside of a sinkhole. At the center was a circle of dirt, perfectly round, like someone had cored out the basement for a wedding ring. Gilbert circled it, careful not to step past the edge, although he didn't know why. Felt like trespassing. Even so, curiosity dipped his head for a closer look. At the circle's edge, the dirt moved. Barely, just a ripple under the dust, like a snake under dry leaves. He stared, his breath stuck in his throat. The surface was still again. Then something thin and white poked out, so quickly he lost it. He leaned in further. The circle pulsed, dust shifting, a finger of something rising out. It was a worm, but not an earthworm. White as a tendon, jointed like a spider's leg. It flexed and braced as it broke into the air. Then another. 3, 4, a dozen, fanned out like a camera's iris. They found each other, braided, and then the whole core convulsed and erupted into a thicket of these things. Limbs, stalks, bones? Rising, assembling, until Gilbert realized that what he'd taken as random crawling was a deliberate attempt to reach out and touch him. He jerked back, shoes scraping the ring, a tiny slide of the perimeter crumbling into the pit. The limbs snaked up, hungry, silent, swaying in a pattern of searching. Gilbert clambered back, away from the circle, then turned and ran for the tunnel. He hit the stairs hard and fast, catching the flashlight on a low-hanging pipe so it spun from his fingers and bounced down the steps, the bulb shattering in a brief explosion of darkness. In the pitch, he could hear the things behind him, not moaning or gibbering, but moving, an insectal crackle of bone and dirt. He nearly slipped on the last stair, scrambled to the top, and slammed the door behind him. The latch clicked, grindy and sticky as before, but this time he pressed his whole body into it, as if his ribs and lungs could supply the force of a grown man twice his father's size. He was still there, breathless and sweating, a cold tide soaking through his clothes, when his mother came home. She was shouting his name, but not in a worried way, just her typical "Where's Gilbert? Why isn't dinner started?" cadence. He let the sound of her calling drag him back up to the surface. The next morning was school, and he told no one, not even Andrew, who would have wanted to come over and see, or at least call him a pussy for running. At lunch, Gilbert sat alone, knees up, chewing cold pizza. The greasy taste settled on his tongue and wouldn't leave, and every time he thought of the things, the writhing white tendons, his fingers flexed in his lap until his nails left white crescent moons in his skin. That night his father was gone, late shift at the plant. His mother was wrapped in her bedroom, phone braced to her cheek as she speed-walked from closet to dresser to bathroom, narrating her evening to some unseen friend. Gilbert stood in the kitchen, staring at the humming refrigerator, and then without thinking filled a sandwich bag with salt and took it down the basement. The idea of salt, of lines and circles and barriers, had baked into his brain from too many Halloween movies. He wasn't sure if it worked, but it felt better to carry it. He opened the door to the crawl space with the bag of salt pinched to his chest, heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his gums. The air was still cold, but the tunnel was empty, and the yellow bulb above the stairs was extinguished. Maybe it was all a trick of the light, he thought, a hallucination conjured by mold spores and the endless stress of moving. Or maybe it was waiting for him. He tiptoed down, the sandwich bag slippery in his hand, then paused at the base of the steps. The circle was visible straight ahead, and something was different. Instead of white, the soil glistened with a rusty red, as if the earth had bled out in the night. He stepped closer, careful not to inhale, and saw the limbs were gone, retracted or dead, but scattered among the dirt were small discs, flat and hard, shaped like communion wafers. Gilbert reached for one, nudged it with his shoe, then knelt to pick it up. It was a fingernail, human, but transparent, ridged with dirt, the underside still caked with something dark and moist. He let it drop and brushed his hands on his jeans, then fled back up the stairs. That night he dreamed of hands, not just the limbs from the circle, but real hands. His own, his father's, arms reaching from the shadows and gripping the sides of his mouth until it stretched beyond what was possible, jaw unhinging like a snake's. When he woke, there was blood on his pillowcase, thin and pink from where he'd bitten the inside of his cheek. He rolled the pillow over and didn't mention it to anyone. The next morning, his mother called him Mr. Vampire, smirking at the spatter as though he'd put it there for attention. He wanted to tell her about the hands, about the ghostly circle and what it held, but the words wouldn't come. She'd only blame adjustment anxiety and make him see the school counselor again, and he wasn't ready to be subject to those blue-lit antiseptic offices with their fabric Kleenex boxes. Days passed like nothing happened. Every morning, the house was quieter, thick with the kind of silence that filled a place too big for its occupants. Then the noises began at night. Clicks and bumps, tiny scrapes from under the floorboards. Gilbert tried to tune them out, but each one burrowed in, magnified by the emptiness. One night, the noise was different. A dragging sound, deliberate, and then the faintest echo of a voice. Not a word, just the attempt at one. Started as a dare, but soon Andrew wanted to see. "If there really is a door," Andrew said, "I'll eat a whole spider." So that Saturday, the boys crept down the stairs, Gilbert leading, Andrew lagging behind. When Gilbert opened the door, the tunnel beyond was empty, but the mud at the circle was freshly overturned. "This is it," Andrew said. "Just dirt? You're such a—" But then he stopped, frowning. There were shapes on the walls, smeared in the same rusty red as the soil. Gilbert stared, then saw what Andrew saw. Dozens of handprints, small and large, some with missing fingers, some with too many. They ran down the length of the tunnel, as if a parade of desperate hands had pressed themselves into the stone in a frantic rush to escape or enter. Andrew grabbed his arm and pulled him back, his swagger gone. They did not speak on the way upstairs. The next time Gilbert saw him at lunch, Andrew only glared, tracing the rim of his lunch tray as though it were a circle of salt. That night, Gilbert rolled the sandwich bag of salt between his fingers, then wondered why it comforted him. He slept with it under his pillow, but the dream still came. Hands, more hands, until he woke in a panic, both arms numb, heart clubbing against his chest so hard he thought it might burst. At school, the counselor called him in. "Your teachers say you seem tired," she said, looking at him over the top of her glasses. "Anything you want to talk about?" He said, "No, nothing, just busy with homework." "Friends?" she pressed, her smile careful. He shrugged. She wrote something down, and he saw the label on the file, "Adjustment Issues," underlined in red. The color made him dizzy and angry at once, so he excused himself and bolted to the boys' room. Another week and the house took on a new kind of silence. His mother worked late, his father grew more remote, and the cardboard boxes remained unpacked, half blocking the staircase. Gilbert moved through the house by rote, always avoiding the basement, but every night the noises grew. Not louder, just closer, until he thought he could hear them underneath his own mattress. One night he woke to the sound of scratching, and saw that his pillow was ringed with bloody fingernail crescents, though his own hands were fine, a different kind of mourning. Inside, under the industrial hum of recirculating air, the first thing Vale noticed was the shape of her own hands. Her knuckles were uncharacteristically pale, and there was a gentle tremor to her grip. Not fear, she decided. Probably just withdrawal. The spiders had swept her system clean during recovery, blood, muscle, synapses. She'd awoken as thin as a crow. Even now, weeks out, her appetite had not returned. She ate just enough not to fail the nurse's ward laps, then slept 14 hours straight, dreaming feverishly. Today, more than the bone-deep fatigue, she was helplessly aware of the clock. She watched its slow, erratic creep as if she could outwait time itself. The only way to stand it was to move, so at 0610 she stood and walked the hall. The third floor of the Clearwinds Recovery Center was capacious, too wide for the number of residents, a relic of its history as a sanatorium. Windows spanned one wall, facing north toward the lake. Lean white birches slumped just outside the glass. The floor was concrete, painted in a nervous blue. Vale's socks whispered over the cracked sealant. She passed doors as she counted steps. Behind every door, another patient. She could name some of them. Channing, the soldier with the acid scars. Lark, who'd sewn her own eyelids open with black fishing string. Lebovich, who sang inverted hymns in the dayroom and ate rosary beads by the fistful. 30 doors passed before she reached the corner. Her first goal. She rested her forehead against the window, eyes watering in the raw strip of morning. The sky was the sickly shade of a healing bruise. Clouds clustered like old tissue. She tried to imagine the world beyond this place, but it was hard. She could barely recall the routes she used to drive to the university. Her own kitchen, the colors of the tile, even the brand of her old kettle, all blurred, refused entry. One floor down, a muffled alarm. Vale pressed her fingernails into the cold glass, waiting for the inevitable shout or thud. None came. A nurse in blue scrubs and a sad ponytail drifted past, trundling a biohazard bin. She met Vale's eyes with a look of polite concern, the kind reserved for patients not expected to get better. Vale nodded, a habit left over from before. Now every nod felt like a favor. The nurse vanished down the hall. Vale counted another 60 seconds, then continued. At the end of the hall, the rec room. A long, dim rectangle, 24 armchairs circled like a failed attempt at therapy. At this hour, it was empty. She could smell the last night's burnt popcorn and the faint lavender of cleaning fluid. She drifted past the chairs, pausing at the shelf that held the books. Most were mangled paperbacks, their covers tattooed with ink and tears. She had tried reading at first, but could not follow plot or syntax. Her mind refused to hold a line of thought for more than a few sentences. Instead, she pulled a dictionary from the shelf and cradled it. The word wellness had been underlined in the W section, dozens of times in at least 4 different hands. In the margins, the words never and never and never again. Vale pressed the page flat, then let her fingers wander over the text. The skin at the base of her fingers was raw, like scraped velvet. She closed the book with a gentle, deliberate thud. From the window of the rec room, she could see the staff lot below. Beyond the bare lot, a humped rise of land, and beyond that, the lake, still frozen into the first week of spring. A single blackbird, crow, or maybe an enormous grackle, stood fixed on the ice, head cocked, as if waiting for some hidden movement beneath. Vale watched it for 3 full minutes, waiting for it to move, but it simply stood there, as if it too had run out of choices. She heard footsteps behind her. Sitwell, the morning caseworker, moved with the heavy, awkward shuffle of a man whose spine had been fused after a bad accident. He was carrying a clipboard, held to his side like a limp wing. "Vale," he said, not a question. She turned, dipping her chin in greeting. Sitwell never demanded more. "Ready for our walk?" She looked down at her feet, pale and reed-thin. The skin puckered where the nanospiders had crescendoed through her veins. "If you say so." Sitwell managed a smile, which in his face looked like a slow, geological event. He opened the door for her and gestured to the corridor. They walked in silence, down past the nurse's station, the glass thick enough to deaden all voices, then 2 turns to the physical therapy ward. It was always deserted at this hour, carpeted with a stubborn gray and smelling faintly of lotion. Sitwell found a bench and sat, propping his clipboard on one knee. Vale stood. The silence yawned between them. Finally, Sitwell cleared his throat. Dr. Marsden wanted you ready for the psych eval next week. He hesitated, eyes flickering over her arms, her neck, her hands. Do you feel able? Vale met his gaze, and for a second, she couldn't summon words. Not because she was afraid, but because language itself seemed diluted, unfit for purpose. Every morning is easier, she said. Until it isn't. Sitwell nodded, drawing small circles on his page with a chewed pen. That's something. I'll let Marsden know. Vale sat beside him, careful to leave the span of a human arm between them. The stiffness in her joints was remarkable, like the bone itself rejected flexion. Have they called my sponsor? She asked, not expecting an answer. Sitwell's pen paused. I believe so. No reply, but we can try again. She tried to nod, but the motion choked in her throat. He's not coming. She said it like a fact. Maybe it was. Maybe not, Sitwell agreed. But sometimes habits surprise you. Vale blinked at that. Habits? In her, there was little left that could be called a habit. She'd been emptied and scrubbed clean, not just of toxins, but of every familiar pattern. Even her gait was uncertain. She walked like she was learning to balance all over again. Sitwell changed the subject. Group at 10, he said. If you want. I'll think about it. He gave a little grunt of acknowledgement, and they sat in the dumb quiet until the therapy clock clicked over to the half hour. Then, without a word, Vale stood and returned to the corridor. She heard the low, ritual cough of Lebovich before she saw him. He was posted up outside the laundry, head buried in a tattered textbook, his jaw moving with silent, gnawing energy. He did not look up as Vale passed. She wondered what he saw on the page, if his synapses fired at all, or if he simply moved his eyes because it gave the illusion of progress. She made it back to her room with 3 minutes to spare before the 0700 med call. She laid on her back in darkness and pressed fists into her eyes, watching starbursts shatter across her optic nerves. Her thoughts were interrupted by a single, hollow knock. Vale opened her door. At first, she thought she was seeing double. Channing stood in the hall, holding another Channing by the elbow. The other was a younger man, shorter by a foot but with the same sloping shoulders and dull, ruined eyes. Channing nodded at her. Meet my brother. Fresh transfer from 2 South. The brother looked at Vale and tried a smile. Teeth like chalk, jaw stitched where a recent fight had split the skin. Name's Drew, he said. Vale nodded, stepping back to make space. The hall was too narrow for 3 people, so she pressed herself against the wall as they passed, the cold blue cinder block leaching warmth from her skin. After they'd gone, she waited for the return of silence, but her nerves were too sharp, and she could hear everything. The fluorescent buzz in the ceiling, the hum of HVAC, the even softer sound of Channing and Drew's slippers shuffling down the tile to breakfast. She heard herself laugh, which was a shock. The sound came out bitter as old coffee. The rest of the morning she spent in her room, staring up at the watermarks on the ceiling. They resembled faint, brown islands. One looked almost exactly like Australia, another more like the state of Arizona. She charted migration routes from one stain to the next, an imaginary archipelago in the paint. If she concentrated, she could shrink her own presence down to a single cell, floating between continents. At 0950, she lined up outside the rec room for group, a cluster of sleep-clothed men and women around her, some trembling, some swaying with exhaustion, some giggling in the low, mad way that meant they doubled up on their morning dose. Vale listened for announcements, but today Sitwell's voice was replaced by Dr. Marsden's. Welcome. Come in and sit. We'll keep today brief. The group sat, spaced out along the ring of armchairs. Marsden stood before them, clipboard cradled like an infant, his thin hair pressed flat against his skull. His eyebrows, Vale noted, were almost white, and the veins in his neck stood out like mapwork. "I want to begin today with a question," Marsden said. "What does it mean to be well?" He waited through the expected silence. "Channing," Marsden tried. Channing blinked. "No clue. Document was never well to begin with." Half the room snickered. Marsden absorbed the sarcasm. "Vale?" She felt Marsden's attention settle onto her skin. Vale pulled her knees up to her chest, arms wrapped thinly around her shins. She wanted to answer honestly, but what would that even sound like? "Maybe it's not being in here," she said. "Maybe the opposite of this place." A few heads nodded. Marsden smiled, or tried to. "Consider this. Some people who leave are well in body but not in mind. Others find the opposite. Wellness is not a place but a process, a practice." He let the words hang, then closed his eyes. Who here remembers being truly well, even for a day? Most hands did not rise. Vale's didn't either. "A day at the lake," Lebovich mumbled, which triggered a round of nervous laughter. "And how did you feel?" Marsden asked. "Hungry," Lebovich said. "For everything." More laughter. Marsden scribbled a note and looked at the group with intensified patience. "We try every day to get closer to that. Some days will be worse. Some will be less worse." He released them 10 minutes early. The group members dispersed, adrift in their own gravity. Vale lingered, waiting for Marsden to exit so she could inhabit the rec room in peace. At last the room was empty, and she walked to the window, watching the ice crow as before, but it was gone now. In its place, a greasy patch where sun had melted the top layer of ice. She pressed her forehead to the glass and exhaled. The warmth fogged a tiny orb, then vanished. For a few seconds, her chest loosened, and she could almost remember what it was to breathe. The afternoon was another kind of trial. At 11:30, the nurse dispensed a small plastic cup containing a bright blue capsule and an oily vitamin gel. Vale dry swallowed them, the bitterness coating her tongue for hours. At 1200, she received her ration lunch, rice pudding, and a cellophane-wrapped protein bar. She ate half, left the rest, and wandered back to the day room. The TV was playing old cartoons, chopped with adverts for law firms and incontinence aids. Channing and Drew had claimed a corner and were using bent paper clips to dig at the foam stuffing in their chairs. A nurse noticed, walked over, mentioned something in a muffled monotone, and then walked away. Neither of the brothers acknowledged it. Vale sat opposite the window, turned away from the others, watching the slow melt of the afternoon. Half a block from the park, the street dipped as if into a shallow riverbed, cracked concrete leaking sunlight, curbs clustered with old snowmelt and broken glass. The L tracks crossed overhead, the train momentarily shaking the sky and spitting blue sparks that skittered across the shadows. Charity always walked on the side away from the wall, near the gutter, eyes darting for movement ahead. You never knew who would be under the viaduct: junkies, kids, the ghost of Candace's mother, or worse, some other child's future headline. Down here the air tasted like last night's beer and old salt from the city plows. Charity's boots kicked up ancient gravel. She adjusted her grip on the plastic bag, checked the bruised apple she'd bought for Candace as if it might have rotted since she left the bodega. The tracks above let loose another train, the shriek of its passing lingering in her jawbone. A man in a Cubs parka leaned against the graffiti-tagged pillar, hands deep in pockets, hat pulled too low for legal intent. He didn't look up as she passed, but she tensed anyway, jaw cinched, hand in a fist around her keys. Past him, nothing but cold air and the long tongue of the park, brown grass scraped with bike trails and molehill dirt. Candace was already on the swings, hunched high into the chains, her legs pumping to a rhythm only she could hear. The swing set was post-war steel, sunk crookedly into the earth like an unfinished sentence. Charity slowed, watched. The girl's hair was out, an ocean of tight curls pounding her face with every swing, lips pressed tight and angry white across the gums. On the upstroke, her eyes caught Charity's and flared, 1 second. Don't you dare, before she looked dead ahead. Charity's feet stayed planted in the wet mud. The wind combed through her jacket. She'd been late because she'd had to walk. The car was dead again. She didn't want to think about the car, or the bill, or the blue notice slipped under her door, the words final warning ringing in her ears every time she closed her eyes. She wanted to stay in this park with Candace. Eyes closed, nothing but the sound of swing chain and laughter, the world in its own orbit. She cleared her throat, called, "Hey!" No answer, but Candace's legs flexed harder, boots nearly clipping the higher bar. Charity tried again. "I brought you something." Still nothing. Charity hated the script of visitation days. The way every action, every word, existed to be recorded, waited for its meaning. She moved to the nearest bench, splintered wood, a cigarette burning down in the slats, and set the bag beside her, careful. "Come get it while it's cold," she said. "Or I will." A single crow, black as wrenched oil, landed at the bare edge of the sandpit and cocked its head at her. She stared back, feeling like if she moved too fast she'd startle it, send it into the sky with a cackle and a flick of feathers. The city ran silent behind her. No cars, no kids, just two hollowed-out souls in a park. After what felt like an hour, Candace let the swing slow. She didn't run to Charity. She moved in a straight and punishing line, each step crushing whatever appeared in her path. Small sticks, trash, a beer can left open from some midnight rebellion. She stopped with both hands on her hips and surveyed the bench as if Charity were just another broken monument in her landscape. "Hi," Candace said. Her voice was smaller than Charity remembered, older somehow. "Hi, Bug." She tried to smile. "Tough day." Candace studied her from behind the cyclone mask of her hair. "What's in the bag?" "Apple, Snickers, a cheese stick, the good kind, and a monster," she added, pulling out the slim silver can. "The forbidden fruit." Candace's eyes narrowed with icy skepticism, but she took the bag with a practiced flick, sat squat on the end of the bench, and started into the apple as if it might otherwise leap away. Charity wanted so badly to brush those curls back, to touch the soft skin at the nape of her daughter's neck. She did not. Candace chewed. The silence hung between them, taut and humming. "How's school?" Charity finally said. "Fine. Making friends. None of your business." Charity counted to 5. Candace set the apple down, ran her thumb along the can, then cracked it open with a hiss that sounded like warning. She said, "I saw Dad's new girl," glancing out at the playground, not at Charity. "She's taller than you." Charity made a noise in her throat, tried not to let the image bloom in her mind. "She wears these boots," Candace continued, "with steel toes. I think she could kill someone in those if she wanted." Charity imagined the new girl, imagined her boots. "Does she scare you?" Candace shrugged. "She likes dogs." The crow hopped closer. Candace watched it, tracking its beady gaze as it edged toward the fallen apple. She tossed it a piece and smiled very briefly at the way it nipped the food up and strutted away. "Do you like dogs?" Charity said. Candace shrugged again. "More than most people. Even me." Candace peered at her, a new look now. Sharp, evaluative, infinitesimal cracks at the edges. "You aren't most people. You're the only one who gets to call me Bug." Charity let out a breath she hadn't meant to hold. She leaned forward, elbows on knees, and for the first time that morning, the city seemed far behind them. "So why you late?" Candace said, as if to make sure the world wouldn't tip too far into comfort. "Car died." Charity picked at her thumbnail. "Left it on 19th. Thought it could use a nap." Candace sipped her monster, wiped her mouth on the sleeve of her hoodie. "Dad says you're always late." Charity met her stare. "I'm not always, am I?" "Almost always," Candace corrected, the words sharp but not cruel. Charity tried again. Well, I'm here now. Candace scuffed her boot against the sidewalk, staring after the crow. Mom! What happens if you just, stop showing up? Like if you get tired or die or something? The question staggered her, came at an angle. I'll never stop showing up. The words sounded scripted, hollow. Even if I die, I'll send signs. Like crows. Or, power outages during Dad's favorite TV show. That kind of thing. Candace considered this, lips curled at the corners like she half believed. What's my sign then? If I died first? Charity's stomach lurched. Don't say that. It's not like people get to pick, is it? True, but you're not going anywhere. Not until you're old, and probably not even then. She let herself touch Candace's elbow. Just a brush. I couldn't handle this world without you. Candace bent her head, and for a moment her breathing went shallow, almost childlike. Would you visit my grave? Every day. She shrugged the hand off, but not unkindly. Don't put a big stone. I want one of those benches. One you can see the swings from. Charity grinned. Deal. There was a thickening in the back of her throat, something rising up she didn't have a word for. She listened to the tinny thwack of the can against the park bench, the way Candace's tiny feet barely touched the ground. The city was waking now. A siren far off, the whistle of a city bus. A pair of high schoolers loitering at the edge of the park, hurling a basketball at the cracked rim. Wanna play? Charity asked, nodding at the swings. I'm too old for swings, Candace said. But she stood anyway, the can rattling in her hands. They walked together, neither speaking, just the steady cadence of boots and sneakers in the thawing mud. The swings creaked in protest as they sat, side by side, and Charity could feel her daughter's presence as a sort of electric field crackling between them. She gripped the chains, let herself fly for a moment. Toes pointed to the sky, and beside her Candace did the same. Years contracted and expanded, the map of their lives drawn in these moments, these small acts of defiance against gravity. They swung higher and higher, until the world narrowed into a blue slice of sky and the sound of their laughter carried out over the empty park, carried above the viaduct and the Cubs fan and the crows, out into a city that never quite learned how to hold its own. It was late by the time she got home. The walk back sucked, uphill and into the teeth of the wind, her lungs burning in a way that felt half honest and half punishment. The city's energy changed at dusk, everything sharper, closer to the bone. Her building, a 4-story brick walk-up on a block that had lost most of its trees, looked worse in the sallow streetlight. Trash in the courtyard again. Someone's mattress gutted near the alley, a pale foam spilling out like pond scum. She skirted it, shivered against the night. Up the stairs, the second floor redolent with garlic, sesame oil, and the signature staleness of 100 closed doors and lived lives. She unlocked her own, let the deadbolt thud behind her, and stood in the dark, head pressed to the frame. There was a noise from inside, low, electronic, indecipherable. She flicked the switch. The studio was exactly as she'd left it, which was some kind of miracle. Bed half-made, dishes stacked in the plastic bin, the wall above the hot plate crowded with magnets and gas station postcards. Her phone blinked on the counter, an alert crawling across the screen. Final notice? Eviction. She pivoted, ignoring it. The noise came again. Not her phone. The small TV, left on, volume almost nothing. Some true crime doc, the same story retold 1,000 times. She clicked it off, let herself dissolve onto the futon. The room was cold. She kicked off her shoes and burrowed under the emergency blanket. Her mind ran rapid fire, somersaulting through the afternoon. What happens if you just stop showing up? She closed her eyes, pictured Candace's face, the impossible hardness of it, like a moonstone polished by other people's hands. She decided to stay there, just for a minute, in the silver dark nothing, letting old memories sluice through her. How Candace had come into the world under harsh hospital fluorescence, her skin blue and slick, and how the NICU nurse had wrapped her in what looked like a potato sack. The only thing for babies who might not make it. How she'd lived anyway out of pure spite. How, even as an infant, she'd refused pacifiers, preferred her own rage to any outside comfort. Charity traced the shape of her daughter's hands against her memory. Small fists, the thumb calloused from years of chewing on it. She jerked awake. How long had she been under? To the sound of heavy feet in the hall. The clock said 1:12 a.m. She peeled herself from the blanket, stood. There was a letter slid under her door. She opened it with a trembling forefinger. Charity, this is your last chance for payment before legal proceedings begin. See attached for resources. We can work together. Please call the number below. She folded the letter, set it on the fridge with a donut stop-believing magnet, and stared at it. The room felt full of questions, her own thoughts ricocheting between the bare walls. She wondered where Candace was now, if she was sleeping, if she was safe. She sat on the futon, knees to chin, and let herself try to pray. She didn't believe in it, not anymore, but she did it anyway, as if the act of asking, even in silence. He blinked. The thick tang of that name still hung in the dark like cigar smoke, not dissipating, curling denser in his head. Soraya. It was, of course, a coincidence, a trick, a secret resonance. The way old songs on the radio sometimes opened wounds in the chest, sorcery and science indistinguishable. But it wasn't her. Couldn't be. That Soraya's voice would have been harder, sharper, more hollow. It wouldn't tremble at the end of words. It would not have called anyone Cher. It would have gone years without speaking at all. He was sweating into his sheets. The fitful night had left bruises in his muscles. He reached for the glass of water on the peeling pressboard nightstand and caught his own face in the norovirus green glow of his clock. He looked exactly like his brother in that moment, and the mirror image was, as always, a suggestion of how little there was to distinguish them now or ever. He drank, the water's metallic tinge sticking to his tongue, and considered calling Theo. But it was already past 2. Every time he called at this hour, it was always the wife who answered, her drawl somnolent, making it clear which twin she preferred, and it wasn't him. He lay back, hoping the ceiling would distract him. He counted the spider cracks fanning from the smoke detector, then the stains that tracked along the paint like old satellite images of rivers. The shapes reminded him of nothing except maybe the maps in Theo's childhood room. The ones his brother would mark with pins and patience, trying to make sense of the world by dividing it up. Even now, Theo still played at cartography through his godforsaken job. Bowden imagined, mapping bitumen and gas leases with the same obsessive order, forever measuring behind his wire-rimmed glasses. But Soraya had never been interested in maps. She preferred the places themselves, their chaos, the friction at their edges. She had never seen the point of naming things. She liked houses without numbers, streets that looped back on themselves, parties where no one knew whose place it was, only that it mattered to be there. He turned the name over in his head. If he said it out loud now, she'd appear with her arms crossed, chewing on the inside of her cheek, eyebrows bent in that quotation mark shape that once meant he'd already bored her. He resisted, let the ghosts rest. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to summon the apartment's other noises. Footsteps in the hall. Not hers, but a man's, slow and squelching. The boots of a neighbor who wore the same smell every day. Some cologne so sweet it shrank Bowden's sinuses. Upstairs, the faint knock of pipes, and occasionally the full-throated moan of floorboards, which sounded, depending on his mood, either like a woman being murdered or a woman reaching some exquisite plateau of pleasure. Both interpretations alarmed him, but he'd learned not to take responsibility for the building's vocalizations. He slept, then, as abruptly as a tape shutting off. His dreams were their usual mix of realism and threat. Trains, work, indistinct voices, and at some point, a brief, confused interval in which he struggled with a door that would not open, his hands coated in a sticky, resistless red. He woke at 6 o'clock, before his phone could do the work for him. He washed, dressed, ate a bowl of cereal with the elastic snap of milk gone faintly off, and left for the station. The winter air sucked at him, caught in his jacket, nipped at any inch of exposed wrist. The buses ran late in winter, so he walked, breathing in exhaust and remembering the taste of the night instead of the taste of the milk. The first shift of the day was standard, which meant nothing but the ordinary grind. The oil sand, the drums, the caustic dust, the slurry of men and machines, all moving in parallel disbelief at their own tasks. If there had been excitement the night before, it was invisible now. The air inside the refinery's admin wing was warm and slightly antiseptic, and the ranks of high-vis jackets and steel-toed boots hung in perfect board alignment. He clocked in. The screen stuttered, as if briefly unsure about the reality of his presence, then chirped compliance. He found his partner, Harris, already in the command room, cradling a disposable cup with both hands as if nursing a wound. Harris's eyelids were swollen nearly shut, a side effect of his new girlfriend's cat, or perhaps of the girlfriend herself. The guy looked like he would be the first to die in a post-apocalypse. Thin, bird-like, always holding his stomach, eyes darting like a cornered pigeon. But he was a competent shift lead, and he'd recently quit drinking, which to Bowden meant he might survive at least a few chapters. "You read this?" Harris asked, showing the incident report again. Bowden shrugged. "Can't believe the guy's alive," Harris went on, as if Bowden had argued otherwise. "They said he was out for like 5 minutes before anyone noticed. I mean, what the hell, right? Could have been worse," Bowden said, and took the clipboard Harris offered. He liked the feel of paper and carbonless forms more than the screens, which were too easy to erase or ignore. "You want me on field or here?" "Field. I already set up your badge." There was a weird pause then, the kind that made Bowden's skin ripple. Harris stared too long and said, "You ever seen someone not get up?" Bowden considered, then nodded. "Yeah." Harris looked satisfied, or maybe just relieved not to be the only one with those memories. He sniffed, shrugged, and began typing at his screen with a ferocity that seemed intended to wear the keys down to nubs. Bowden left the admin wing and crossed into the main body of the plant, where the morning shift swelled and exhaled with each opening and closing of the heavy fire doors. The loading dock was already a riot of movement, forklifts whirring and bin boys shouting over the constant minor roar of the process units. Cold hammered through cracks in the wall. He put on his gloves and scanned the yard for what needed attention. Nothing stood out. The only oddity was the new security detail, 2 guys in black shell jackets standing at the edge of the property. Hired muscle, probably for the insurance audit, which always happened after a near miss. They looked bored, but their eyes tracked everything. For a moment, Bowden thought one of the guards looked familiar, but he couldn't name the face, so he let it go. He made his rounds, checked equipment, noted the temperature on a dozen panels and found one showing a suspicious droop, unusual, unwelcome, but probably a sensor glitch. He logged it in his book, then checked the tanks. He knew, abruptly and too late, that the tank would be wrong even before he got there. It wasn't intuition so much as the pattern of things. The smell was off, more metallic than usual, a burn in the nostrils that immediately put his nerves on edge. The tank's vent line had crusted with frost, and the snow on the catwalk was stippled in orange-red. Someone had wiped it up or tried to, but the stain still pulsed through the white. Bowden knelt, careful not to put any weight on the spot, and pulled a pair of tweezers from his kit. He coaxed a piece of the freeze off the grating, bagged it for testing, marked the area with hazard tape, and radioed Harris. "There's something here," he said. "Blood." Came out too loud. "Copy that. We'll quarantine for SHNE." That should have been it, but Harris didn't cut the feed. Instead, he breathed sharply and said, "You want to hear something fucked up? That guy, the one from last night, He's already back at work. Bowden frowned. Shouldn't he be under observation? Yeah, well, guess he's fine. Probably just a concussion. Said he didn't remember a thing. They put him on admin for now, but I saw him in the break room, stacking the freezers. Bowden let the radio hang off his chest for a moment. He pictured the name on the incident report, Crozier. He'd never liked the guy, but he didn't wish him dead. He wondered what kind of face Crozier wore this morning. Can you get him to come out to the tank? Bowden said. Why? Protocol. Maybe he remembers something. Harris muttered, but agreed to send Crozier out. Bowden waited, watching the vent line drip onto the snow in a slow, sullen rhythm. The boredom of the moment was so complete that he started counting his own heartbeats, trying to slow them down. He thought of Soraya again. Her voice on the line, her gift-wrapped words, the way she always made an entrance, never an exit. She would have found this sort of thing hilarious. A guy nearly dying, then coming right back, as if nothing had happened. She'd say it was the only reasonable way to live. He heard footfalls on the catwalk. Crozier was a short, pale man whose cheeks always looked freshly slapped. He wore an unzipped jacket and work pants rolled at the ankle, a sign of either habitual carelessness or a certain small defiance of uniformity. Hey, Crozier said, not meeting Bowden's eyes. You wanted? Where did it happen? Bowden asked. You were here, right? Crozier blinked. That's what they told me. I don't remember it. You remember anything at all? Crozier scratched his ear. I was stacking drums. My phone went off, the wife probably. She's always texting me about her stupid dog. And then nothing. Next thing I know, I'm on the floor, looking at the ceiling lights. Then the nurse, then morning. I don't even have a bruise. Bowden stared at him hard. You're not dizzy or sick? Crozier snorted like someone about to make a joke. Then didn't. No, I feel great, actually. He walked closer to the grating, performed a strange little pirouette, flapped his arms. See? No problem. If anything, I feel better than I did before. Bowden stared at the patch on the snow. It didn't make sense. He'd seen what a head wound could do, and this should have left Crozier in the hospital at the very least, but Crozier looked only as frightened as a guy called in on a Saturday should look. Less, maybe. Fine, Bowden said, and pointed at the grating. But can you tell me what this is? Crozier stooped, squinting. He touched the hazard tape, then poked at the red-tinged snow. Looks like rust. Maybe coolant. Is this from me? Maybe, Bowden said, but he didn't believe it. Crozier shrugged and straightened, wincing just a little. Mind if I go? He added, with an almost hopeful air. I'm still on the clock. Yeah, Bowden said. Go. He watched Crozier hurry away, hands jammed in his pockets, shoulders hunched up against the wind. He felt uneasy, a sensation he associated with having overlooked some critical detail, the sort of thing that never made sense until weeks later, when it was too late to do anything except keep your head down and hope no one noticed. He bagged another piece of the frozen discharge and finished the round, then doubled back to the command room to hand off the samples to Harris. Harris was on the phone, face red as a warning. He raised a finger to stall Bowden, then slammed the receiver down. Shut down at 0800, he said. Auditors are coming. Somebody opened a file on this. Bowden didn't like how Harris's voice hit the word this, as if it covered a multitude of possible sins. He set the samples on the desk, tidied his gloves, and left without another word. Outside, he walked the perimeter in the soft hush that descended before a plant shutdown. All sounds grew distant, muffled. He could hear, past the wind and the click of his boots, the faint electronic bleep of the security details radios. Gilbert kept his mouth tight as he made his way under the playground's jungle gym, knees scraping warm mulch, shirt catching on with splinters and dying clover. His mother's voice echoed from the benches. Don't go too far, Gilbert. He jerked his head and banged it on a metal pole, reeling with a silent curse. The sky, barely visible through the blackened twist of monkey bars, was the color of dried-out eraser shavings, and he imagined a paper-thin layer of skin between his skull and the sun-warped clouds. He squinted at the pink underside of his forearm, at the greasy red streaks left by his own rust-indelible nails. Blood would not come. Maybe he didn't have any left. Above him, the second graders shrieked and launched their bodies from the top platform, dropping into soft grass and rolling away, their laughter a shrill dog whistle. Gilbert waited for their shadows to flicker past, long, reedy monsters with heads like birds' nests, before crawling out. He hated them. He hated most kids, actually, but second graders were the worst. They'd caught him crying last week, his mouth full of splinters from biting down during a tetanus shot, and they'd started calling him Baby Gilbert every day since. He had learned, since, to cry with his lips pressed together so hard the salt squeezed backwards into his tongue. He found his mother on the bench, legs crossed, staring into her phone. She looked different here, in the open sun, face almost see-through from the afternoon glare. The shadows under her eyes had eaten each other up, leaving nothing but bone-colored crescents, so that when she looked at him, even with her sunglasses on, he thought he could see straight through to her real face, the taut, blinking person underneath. She patted the bench next to her without speaking, thumb still scrolling up and down. Gilbert sat, feeling every splinter bite into his thigh, and waited. "Don't pick," she said without looking. "I'm not." She used her thumb and flicked a crumb of dirt from his knee. "We'll go soon, okay?" He nodded, staring at the band-aid on his knee, crusted black at the edges. The playground air was sticky with bug spray and old juice boxes. There was a chalked hopscotch grid on the ground, numbers drawn too small to fit his foot, and he wondered if stepping on the lines instead of the boxes would curse him. He tried anyway, heel-toe, and made up a new rule. Only odd numbers counted. 0 meant you got to start again. He watched a crow land on top of the jungle gym. Its black feet clicked on the metal, and he thought about the way the bird would tear into the soft body of a squirrel or mouse, how it would use its beak to pick out the strings of tendon and leave the bones clean in the grass. If he had wings, he wouldn't come back down. He could follow the stripes in the dirt until they curled into the woods, and after that nobody would ever find him. He shivered, though it was still hot. "Do you want water?" his mother asked, still not looking up. Gilbert shook his head. "No, it's important to stay hydrated. There's a water fountain." She clicked her tongue but didn't say more, just handed him the blue canteen and went back to her phone. He took the bottle and unscrewed the top, tilted it back so the ice water flashed the metallic tang across his tongue. The chill burned in his teeth. He swallowed quickly, not liking the way his own reflection wobbled up at him, stretched and fish-eyed by the acrylic. He set the canteen between his knees and squinted across the street, past the crooked row of parked cars and the chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. There was a skate park on the other side, older kids with bleeding elbows and cigarettes passing between their lips. When the wind changed, it brought their voices over in ugly bursts. "Dumbass! Eat shit! Look at this!" There was a boy he recognized from the bus. Long hair, hunched shoulders. The boy did a trick and missed, the skateboard snapping up and clipping him in the ankle, and Gilbert felt a shocking pleasure at seeing someone else's pain. The boy didn't cry. He just sat on the concrete, holding his foot, until someone threw the skateboard back to him. He looked away when he realized his mother was watching his face. He pressed his knees together, the blue canteen nearly folded in half between them. She reached out and ruffled his hair, real slow, like she was petting a feral cat she didn't want to scare off. Her hand was scratchy, skin rubbed raw from the chemical cleaners she used at the hospital. "You did good today," she said. "I mean that." Gilbert said nothing. He drew a circle in the dirt with his big toe, trying not to think of the time last winter when his dad had come to the playground and sat in silence for almost a whole hour. He hadn't wanted to play or even push Gilbert on the swing. just kept tapping the side of his phone and watching the empty street as if a parade would come marching by if he waited long enough. Gilbert didn't know where his father was now. It didn't matter. "Do you want to go home?" she asked, soft, like it was a secret. He shrugged. His mother put her phone away, zipped it in the front of her purse. "Okay," she said. "Come on." He trailed her down the sidewalk, small stones rolling under his shoes, watching the ways her shadow broke and then stuck itself back together every few steps. He wondered if it hurt, being stretched like that, pulled in two directions everywhere you went. His own shadow stayed close, hunched and snub-nosed, never more than half a foot away from the real him. He wondered if that was sad or lucky. They came to the crosswalk. A car with its windows down slowed, the driver's arm resting on the door. Loud music pulsed out, a voice humming through a bad speaker, a beat that fluttered in his chest cavity. He pressed closer to his mother so that their arms touched. When the crosswalk sign blinked, they hurried across. The street felt hotter, the painted lines sticking to his shoes, and for a second he thought about what would happen if he just stopped halfway, let the asphalt melt his sneaker soles to the ground. He imagined his body flattening out like a cartoon, a pancake kid stuck to the road, until a crow swooped down and cut him loose. But he kept moving. At the other side, he jogged ahead and reached the car first. On the back seat, his seatbelt was twisted and refused to lay flat no matter how he yanked it. He gave up after a few tries and let it strap him in at a diagonal, across his throat and ribs like a sash. His mother slammed her door shut and started the engine, and the car filled with the cold, rattling air of the AC. They drove past the skate park and the gas station and the cemetery behind it, and Gilbert counted the gravestones as they flickered by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He wondered if anyone was in there yet, or if the cemetery people just put up stones for practice like a display in a store window. "Do you want music?" his mother asked. He shook his head. She looked at him in the rearview mirror. "You sure?" He nodded yes, but she turned on the radio anyway, keeping the volume so low the songs sounded like they were underwater. He watched the fields go by, brown and dry and unbroken for miles, and he picked at the hem on his shorts until there was a hole big enough for his thumb to slide through. The car grew warmer as the sun lost its bite, and he pressed his head to the window, feeling the engine's vibration deep in his teeth. He didn't close his eyes but let them blur, so the world became a smear of gold and dust and green. At home, the house was cool in the way basements were cool, which he liked. He dropped his backpack in the mudroom and followed his mother to the kitchen, where she set the mail on the counter and started opening envelopes with her car key. He sat at the table, hands folded tight in front of him, and watched her sort through the papers, stacking them in careful piles. Bills, coupons, the blue flyer from Safe Mart announcing a sale on hot dogs and ice cream sandwiches. He felt his stomach cramp and realized he hadn't eaten since breakfast, but didn't say anything. After a while, his mother said, "You can go watch TV if you want." He nodded and went, toes curling into the rough carpet in the hall. He passed the closed door to the master bedroom and paused a second there, listening for the sound of his mother's footsteps behind him. He wanted to see the inside, he always did, but she never let him. He tried once, late at night, and found the door locked tight. There was something about that closed room that made him think of a wound scabbed over, something hiding inside that shouldn't be disturbed. He went to the living room and turned on the TV. The screen blared a cartoon, two cats throwing dynamite at each other, and he let it run while he flopped onto the couch. The cushions were soft and cool, their blue checks dotted with little black paw prints from the cat that used to live in the house before him. He curled up at one end, knees tucked to his chest, and tried to imagine what the rest of his life would be like if he never got up. The cats on the screen exploded, reassembled, exploded again. He turned the volume down until he could only hear his own breathing. Later, when he went to the bathroom, he found a spider in the tub, fat and unmoving as it dangled from a cracked bit of tile above the drain. He stared at it for a long time, until it seemed like the spider was staring back. And then he closed the door and peed with his eyes on the wall. On the way out, he flicked off the light and left the spider in the dark. In the kitchen, the washing machine thrummed in the closet, the noise steady and soft and almost comforting. He found his mother at the counter, stirring something in a pot, head bent low. "Do you want chili?" she asked. He shrugged. She set a bowl in front of him, the dark red liquid steaming, and nudged over a sleeve of crackers. "Eat slowly," she said. "Don't spill." He broke crackers into the chili and watched them soften and sink, making little islands of white that looked like bone. He ate every bite, the heat burning his tongue, but he didn't mind. He wanted to say thank you, but it stuck in his throat. After dinner, he washed his bowl, then wandered down the hallway to his room. He could hear the shower running in the master bath, his mother's voice faint as she hummed an old song. He went to his window and looked out. The yard was empty, the grass gone brown in the heat, and at the edge of the woods he could see the start of the old game trail where the deer sometimes circled through. He thought about going out into the trees, but the porch light had already flicked on, and he knew she was waiting for him to get ready for bed. He brushed his teeth, spitting red into the sink from the cuts where his braces rubbed against his mouth. He peeled off his shirt and stared at the pale map of freckles across his chest, wondering if any of them would turn into something dangerous. He got into bed without turning off the lamp, lying flat with his arms at his side, like he was in a casket. He didn't remember falling asleep, but woke later to the sound of his mother's voice, panicked and high in the hallway. "Gilbert? Gilbert!" He bolted upright, heart slamming, and heard the front door open and slam again. He sat frozen for a long minute, not breathing, waiting for something to happen. He imagined the spider from the bathroom sliding down the hall, legs tapping across the carpet, big enough to pull him under the door. Finally, he forced himself out of bed, padding down the hall to the front door. His mother was standing on the porch, phone in one hand, flashlight in the other, sweeping the beam wildly out toward the yard. What woke her was the sudden sense of weight on her chest, as if she'd been clutched by a giant bird and hauled skyward. She tried to reach for the mask, expecting the familiar modular grip of silicone, but her aching hand found nothing. Her cheek pressed wet against something cold and uneven. The porch slatted in blue, the yard fogged in rain light, the air above her trembling with the low pulse of a beating heart. Or maybe the avionics of an overhead drone. Aura didn't know what time it was, except that it was dark, and whatever had been in her lungs was now somewhere else, and her mouth was full of grit and something sticky. She lay on her side, a heap of flesh still dreaming. Her left eye gummed open, and the outline of a small animal resolved from the early light, seated in the cove of her hip. It was the raccoon again, or perhaps its shadow, staring at her with the flat, unblinking regard of all wild things. Its jaw appeared squarer than last time, the teeth more pronounced, like the raccoon mask had been dialed up to caricature by a drunken mask maker. Pawed at her parka like a curtain. Aura wanted to move, but the animal didn't budge, and neither did she. Instead, she waited, letting the rain seep into the wool at her neck and the plastic beneath her knees. For a time, she let herself believe she was as animal as the beast watching her, built for scavenging, her spirit holy in its inertia, her only mandate to rebuke the world from its lowest rung. The thought was not comforting, but it was at least symmetrical. If she were a raccoon, what would she do? Probably bite whatever tried to touch her. Probably dig a den in the mulch and wait out the beginning of everything, or the end of it. She considered this, then tried again to stand. The animal darted away, leaving a precise triangle of paw prints on her coat, which she brushed off as she sat up. The world, this morning, was not yet officially awake. Even the crows kept their arguments to a dry whisper. Aura's forehead throbbed. She checked her pockets and found the inhaler, slicked with dew from the porch, and took a hit. The mentholated burn down her throat felt like being branded from the inside out. She coughed, and something small and black, maybe a beetle, scrabbled from the cuff of her sleeve, pinwheeling onto the wooden slats before tumbling through a crack. She wanted to kill it, but didn't. The house behind her, small and wedge-shaped, leaned into itself like a broken wrist. At some point, Jet had stenciled the white siding with a pattern of cartoon bones, which looked now like a child had tried to erase them with spit and a rag. The front door had been propped open with a paint can, but the windows were taped over, and the yard was a wilderness of bluegrass and tire ruts. Beyond the fence, a ribbon of highway caught the angled glare of sunrise, silvering the puddles that queued up in the potholes. No one was out. Aura flexed her foot, testing her range of motion. She scraped the chips of dried paint from her jeans and stood, pumping her fist to try to get blood moving again. 2 days ago, she'd washed up on this porch with a half-dead phone, a bag of off-brand vape cartridges, and a digital watch set to some other time zone. Since then, the only people she'd seen were Jet, who had the sleep habits of a coyote, and a neighbor kid who might have been Jet's son, nephew, or young clone. It was impossible to say. The kid had spent the previous afternoon pelting the door with acorns and calling her names that ranged, in accuracy, from meth queen to gender fail. She had not responded, but she'd watched carefully from the couch, counting the seconds between each volley. She squinted up at the sky, expecting some kind of message. The clouds above her were the smooth, digital kind that looked like they'd been uploaded at low resolution. At home, or wherever home was now, Aura had grown used to the haze and the half-formed sky. Here, every square centimeter of daylight made her anxious, as if she were being surveilled by the sun. She went back inside. The house was a nest of thick furniture and jumbled throws. Jet's aesthetic was strongly post-eviction, with only a few sharp objects out on display and everything else hidden or carefully broken. Aura stepped over a collapsed shelving unit and made for the kitchen, which smelled both like nothing and like the absences of many important smells. Coffee, toast, butter that had been burned and replaced. She inhaled, held it, and let it out slow. Jet was exactly where she'd expected them, folded into a corner at the counter with a portable soldering iron and 3 gutted remote controls in front of them. Their hair, which shifted between green and blue depending on the light and nothing else, stuck out from their skull in a way that both violated and upheld the laws of physics. They'd constructed a crude visor from the cracked LCD of an old tablet and had it perched on their brow, projecting a thin line of red digits onto the wall. They did not look up as Aura moved through the room. She opened the fridge, found a bottle of tap water, and sat opposite Jet. For a moment, she waited to be spoken to. Nothing happened, which seemed fair, so she unscrewed the cap and drank. The water was cold, and the aftertaste was faintly metallic. "Want one?" she asked. Jet paused, not in thought, but in a deliberate act of replay. "Do I look like I want one? From the neck up, you look thirsty as shit." Jet made a face, then leaned back and reached for the bottle, knocking the soldering iron off the counter. It thudded against the laminate and rolled toward Aura, missing her by a finger's width. Jet took 3 full gulps, returned the bottle, then flicked a small metal bit off their thumb into the general direction of the trash. The movement had the finality of a practiced insult. "You sleep weird," Jet said. Aura shrugged. "I sleep where you let me. You sleep anywhere. I saw you on the roof yesterday." Aura stretched and blinked hard, as if the act might reset her vision. "You said the roof was structurally sound." I said, "Don't tread on my solar." "Did you not see the sign?" Aura imagined she had, but it probably read more like a threat than a boundary. She let it drop. Jet resumed disassembling the remotes, their fingers extracting screws and springs with surgical disgust. "Anyways, you can have the couch if you're so desperate for horizontal privilege. I'll trade you for a shower." Jet popped a coin cell out with a flathead screwdriver. "There's only one rule for the bathroom." Aura waited. "Don't die in there?" Jet snorted. "Don't take the yellow mug." This was almost funny. Aura committed the rule to memory, then stood, stretching until her vertebrae clicked. "You're a tyrant." Jet shrugged, but the gesture was local, not general. The bathroom, when she found it, was mercifully clean. A single moon-shaped window let in the raw light and painted her body blue as she stripped. The water pressure in the shower was uneven, sometimes shrieking, sometimes a purr. She stepped in and let the water slam her temples, feeling for a moment like a copper wire being clanged against the side of a can. The steam built up, and her thoughts wandered. Living with Jet was like living with a conjoined twin you hadn't met yet. Always one room ahead or behind, never in the same geolocation. Always one act of sabotage away from getting kicked out or maybe adopted. She remembered, distantly, how Jet had once explained all of this as the only viable form of hospitality left. If you want someone to feel safe, you have to treat them like a known risk. Otherwise, they forget themselves and start believing it was ever possible to be anything else. Aura scrubbed until the grease and algae feel was gone from her skin. When she got out, she wrapped herself in a plaid towel and combed her hair with a fork she found in the sink. She stared at her face in the mirror for a long time. The eye sockets were deeper than she remembered, painted with the kind of under-eye circles you saw only on old dolls or living saints. The tattoo over her collarbone, for black dots, arranged in a broken line, looked like it had migrated an inch closer to her jaw. She pressed it, as if the pressure might realign her molecules. She dressed, swapped shirts with one she found hanging on a towel rack, then returned to the main room. The sunlight had dialed itself up, filling the space with cold gold. Jet was talking into their watch, using the clipped enunciation of someone sending voice memos to a future self. "No, 3 of the blue ones. It makes a difference unless you want it to catch fire again. I am not responsible. I literally have never been responsible." Aura watched the tableau. Jet's hair vibrated in the light. Their hands kept moving, assembling and disassembling objects in a blur. She wondered if they did the same to people, scraping away the parts that didn't fit, cobbling together a workable version from whatever was left. The thought made her feel briefly hollow, then normal again. Jet ended the call or performance of a call, then looked at her. "You plan on eating today? Or is this a hunger strike?" "Don't have a cause yet," Aura said. Jet's smile was a parallel line. "I've got food. I just don't want to share." Aura held up both hands in surrender. She drifted back onto the porch, carrying the bottle of water and a small, perfect apple she'd found in the fridge. The air was sharper now. The fog had fallen away, burned off by the local sun. She sat on the top step and bit into the apple, which detonated quietly between her teeth, sweet and cold at the center. The raccoon was nowhere in sight, but she sensed it nearby, its hunger circling the perimeter of the house. For a long time she watched the edge of the highway, waiting for something to happen. She ran her thumb along her jaw, feeling the pulse of blood in a place where her real pulse lived, the only proof that her body belonged to her and not the world. A car passed, then another. The insect noise of the day built up, rising and falling in waves. She thought briefly of the last time she'd been awake for this long, back when she still had somewhere to be, some critical function to attend. Back then, her body had been both weapon and armor, her waking hours devoured by the constant, holy terror of being surveilled, monitored, targeted. It was different here. The fear still existed, but it had been flattened, like everything else, into a manageable layer beneath the surface. A kind of insulation. At some point, Jet joined her, wearing a pair of safety goggles and chewing the tail end of an old charging cable. They sat down beside her, not too close. "You don't talk much about why you came here," Jet said after a minute. Aura wiped the apple juice from her chin. "Because I don't know." Jet nodded. "Running, or just wandering?" Aura considered. "Some days it's both." Jet tossed the cable into the grass. "You know, next nearest neighbor is like a mile down. If you wanted to burn the place to the ground, I'd have a solid lead on the perpetrator. She smiled, despite herself. I don't burn things anymore. Anymore, Jet repeated with the lightest hint of admiration. They sat in a kind of companionable nothing until the clouds thickened again, rebooting the sky. Jet pointed at the horizon. Storm's coming. Good. You want to get inside, unless you want to get struck. Here's good. Jet shrugged. Suit yourself. They stood, brushed the dirt from their pants, and retreated back into the house, leaving the door open. Aura watched the light, feeling the first static of the storm curl at the back of her head, like a wet tongue. She finished the apple and tossed the core into the field. The crows would come for it later. The rideshare driver watched her through the rearview mirror, his mouth faintly puckered in what she guessed was an attempt at humor. His accent was hard to place, a lilt somewhere between Queens and maybe the Balkans, vowels alternating between lazy and battered. You got somewhere to be? He said, not sarcasm, but something else. A joke intended to land much softer than it did. She stared at the back of his shaved head, at the way his flannel collar heaved up around his thick neck like a fungus overtaking a stump. Kips Bay, Clara answered, louder than she'd meant. East 36th. She didn't ask why he'd gone north up the FDR rather than through Midtown, but she did check her phone with a quick left-right scan, as if it might be watching her back. The city on a Tuesday night looked like a child's drawing. Too many lights in the wrong places, every window in the skyline a blank face, buildings stacked together with no sense of depth or logic. At this hour nothing moved except rideshare cars, sweat-stained delivery kids, and the all-night construction crews whose jackhammered ambitions measured out the rhythm of the Lower East Side. The rideshare driver's Toyota slowed in traffic just before the Midtown Tunnel, and she felt the air change, thickening with trapped exhaust and sidewalk steam. She breathed through her scarf. The mask felt wet. She'd been wearing it since the bar, keeping it on in case Mark or anyone else tried to walk her to the car. Extreme precautions were habit by now, after 6 years on the city's litigator circuit. Never go home with clients. Never eat from plates at clients' houses. Never use the bathroom unless you'd watched the host before you and after. Jillian called it war-level paranoia, but it had kept Clara from food poisoning and sexual blackmail and, more than once, an embarrassing lawsuit of her own. Midtown Tunnel, the driver said, conversational. 2 minutes and we're through. She nodded, though he couldn't see it in the mirror, and pulled her purse into her lap. Mark's business card was in one of the side pockets, slick with the condensation from the bar, and she smoothed it flat against her thigh before tucking it into the wallet. Mark Stone, ESQ, Compliance Solutions Group, LLC. The joke had been that Mark Stone sounded like a name you'd give a character in a softcore porn pilot. Now, holding the card, it didn't sound like anything. After their 5th drink, Mark had leaned in close and whispered that he planned to fire his entire junior team on Friday. They're dead weight. I'll hire smarter kids. Less entitled. The candor hadn't even shocked her. Not anymore. In the world that Clara navigated, people said things like that all the time, then forgot and told a different version to their wives or their therapists. The driver aimed for the tunnel, weaving in at the last second and earning a blaring horn from a cab. People drive crazy at night, he said, glancing back at her briefly. His right eye lazy or maybe just tired. You're lucky. She reached for her phone, scrolled for a moment, then dropped it back in her bag. Lucky. At the bar, Mark had laughed that Clara was the luckiest damn woman in her floor. Her first 3 cases had all settled, and she'd survived the hazing rituals of partners with only a broken foot and a minor eating disorder. Clara had smiled politely, joined the round of tequila shots, and told herself she was there for the contacts, not the compliments. Even after the cases started going to trial, even when the firm sent her upstate to argue in front of fanged country judges, Clara never let herself count victories. She'd seen what it did, the way the men on her floor aged in dog years, the way new associates arrived cocky and left ruined. Luck wasn't a word she trusted. The car drifted to a stop at a red light. Across the intersection, a storefront flickered with the orange and green hallucination of a bodega sign. For no reason, Clara tried to remember her first hamburger. Her mother had overcharred it, nearly burned the bun, then split it and set both halves on a paper towel. The kitchen table had been too small for the three of them, and one of the legs wobbled so much that Sarah, the older sister, the genius, used to needle Clara to keep her elbows off. Her mother, blue-masked and exhausted from her shift, only chewed silently, shooting the girls' looks whenever they reached for the ketchup bottle at the same time. Mark's voice echoed in her head. "We're all just selling something, you know?" She wondered if anyone ever told Mark what he sounded like. She wondered if it would make him stop. When the light changed, the driver inched the Toyota forward with a cough. He hummed, tuneless, keeping his gaze on the brake lights ahead. In the seat behind him, Clara counted the bus stops and construction sites as they passed. All the familiar scars of her commute, now rendered alien by the late hour. In the distance, the UN building glimmered like a stack of cold toothpicks. She checked her email, half hoping for something from her sister, but saw nothing except a Bloomberg alert about a tech firm collapse in Singapore. "Almost there," the driver said, softer now. Maybe she looked tired, or maybe he'd finally sensed her desire for silence. In the few seconds before the car braked at her building, Clara caught her own expression in the black glass of the window. Unsmiling, mask still fixed, a shadow of someone not quite herself. She left a tip on the app and exited without looking back, inhaling the stone-damp air of the street. Clara's apartment was on the 8th floor of an old hospital, now condos. The hallways still smelled faintly of disinfectant, and the elevators jerked like ancient vertebrae. She unlocked the door with a passcode and slipped inside, flipping on the overhead fluorescence and waiting for her eyes to adjust. The apartment was a single rectangle, divided by a fake wall into bedroom and not bedroom. She shed her shoes and coat, padding over to the kitchen and pouring herself a glass of lime seltzer. The only food in the fridge was yogurt and a crumpled sandwich wrapper from Levon's, still dusted with poppy seeds. Clara closed the door and ran a hand over her scalp, feeling the roots of her ponytail aching. She stood in the half-kitchen sipping seltzer and listening to the building settle. In the bathroom, she unzipped the dress and pulled it over her head, careful not to snag the lining. It had cost $400, her one investment piece from the associate signing bonus, bought with the kind of naive optimism that people always swore off later. The tag itched at the back of her neck, and Clara tugged it free, dropping it in the trash with a silent apology to her mother, who taught her never to waste anything. Mark's card was still in her purse. She left it on the counter next to the keys, then washed her hands for a full minute, longer than she needed to. Even after all these months, she could still hear public service ads telling her to count out happy birthday twice. She dried her hands on an old camp towel and reached for her laptop, booting it up with a tap and watching as the icons shivered into focus on the greasy screen. The legal memo she'd meant to finish was open, the cursor blinking at the end of a line about the Federal Arbitration Act. Clara ran a finger down the paragraph, checked the citations, and added 2 sentences about preemption doctrine. Her supervisor, a woman in Albany with a reputation for eviscerating the work of junior associates, had once told her that understated was Clara's best quality. In the cutthroat world of civil litigation, this was not entirely a compliment. Clara knew it. She'd trained herself to trim adjectives, to make her argument in precise, gem-like sentences. That was the way to survive. Never give the opposition anything extra to work with. Never let them see you bleed. She spent the next hour in the glow of the laptop, toggling between email, Westlaw, and a WhatsApp thread with Jillian. The thread was mostly memes about miserable partners and girl boss self-care. But tonight, Jillian had sent a string of anxious texts. "You alive? Did Mark get weird? Tell me he didn't say the thing again." Clara's thumbs hovered. She wanted to joke about Mark's thing, his tendency to narrate his own bad behavior as if it were a sports highlight, But the words looked different on the screen than in her head. She typed, killed the sentence, then typed again. Got out alive, no drama. He was just loud. Thanks for checking. She added a heart emoji. Hit send. Jillian responded instantly. Love. They understood each other better in emoji than in words sometimes. Outside, a siren cut through the monotonous city hum, echoed and faded in the direction of Gramercy. Clara shut the laptop and went to the window, pressing forehead to glass. Down on the avenue, men with leaf blowers and hard hats corralled trash into mountainous piles under the lamps, while two teens in baggy sweatshirts jogged across the intersection holding hands. She watched them until they vanished into shadow. Her phone buzzed against the counter. It was her mother, calling from the nursing home. Clara answered on the third ring, heartbeat thudding like a thumb against wet glass. Hi, Ma, she said, keeping her voice low. Clara, her mother said, always formal, always with the inflection of a woman who'd learned English on the job at the Mayo Clinic. Did you eat yet? Yeah. I had leftovers, Clara lied, watching her own reflection in the glass. How are you? Did they do the blood work? They did, her mother replied. Not as bad as last week. I feel better. Pause. Did you go out tonight? I had a work thing. Clara traced a line in the condensation of the window and wondered how many more times her mother would ask about dinner. How many more times she'd have to lie. Just drinks. Nothing fancy. You sound tired, her mother said. There was a faint rustle on the other end, her mother shifting in bed, or maybe pulling the phone closer. You work too much, you know that? Yeah. Clara pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth to keep from arguing. I know. They talked for a few more minutes about Sarah's new job at the CDC, about the neighbor's sick cat, about whether Clara should get another flu shot. At the end, like always, her mother said, Love you, sweetheart. And Clara felt the same childish swoop at her chest as she did every time. After the call, she sat on the couch and let her head fall back, eyes squeezed shut. There was a taste in her mouth, metallic and bitter, that reminded her of the bleach her mother used during her pre-surgery scrubbing shifts. She wanted to spit it out but didn't move. Somewhere far below, someone was screaming. Maybe a drunk, maybe a kid who'd lost a parent for 2 seconds on the street. The city always screamed, and Clara had learned to filter for just the notes that mattered. She woke late the next morning, the city already in gear. Someone had set up a jackhammer at the corner, vibrating the windows in unpredictable intervals. Clara showered quickly, dressed in the least wrinkled pantsuit she could find, and double-checked her hair in the hallway mirror. There were 2 emails from her supervisor, subject lines all caps, urgent but not catastrophic. On the walk to the subway, she passed the place where Mark's client had taken her to dinner last month. A kosher steakhouse with velvet booths and a host who looked like he'd kill you with the check. Clara smiled at the memory, though she couldn't explain why. The memory was both stupid and oddly comforting, as if Mark's sleaziness, once extracted and held at arm's length, was just another element of the city, like rain or trash. Construction had closed one subway entrance, so she took the stairs 2 blocks up. The tunnel smelled like a waterlogged carpet, and the turnstile groaned as she pushed through. On the platform, a man with a shaved head and prison. He stood by the window, the phone cradled beneath his chin, index finger tracing patterns on the wet glass as Miles' voice washed through the receiver in slippery half-thoughts and dodged implications. Rain bruised the city outside, the kind of rain that made old brick gleam and blurred neon bleed down the avenues, turning everything outside his apartment into a smear of glass and melancholy. Miles was talking about his mother again, but in the way that meant he was talking about himself. He always did that, revolver logic, forever firing at the same old wounds with the safety on. So she's getting worse. They said, I don't know, there's something about the platelets now, or they want to try stem cells, but her insurance is... Miles broke off. There was the muffled click of a lighter, drag of a cigarette. Anyway, that's why I can't cover your shift tomorrow. He kept his voice level, attempting what he was beginning to recognize as a response. Something conversational. "It's okay. I'll figure it out." He watched a pair of headlights drift through his window's watery reflection. "A Honda, maybe cab, probably. You should go see her." "Yeah," Miles said, like it meant nothing at all. "She keeps asking if you'll ever visit." He let himself imagine it. The 10-hour drive, the clinical beige of the cancer ward, the awkward kitchen table romance of Miles' mother's attempts at hospitality, even while she bled out 1 teaspoon of hope at a time. She'd always liked him best. They never acknowledged it, but it hung in every conversation. A note of bright envy behind Miles' reedy laugh, a look shot across the rim of a wine glass. He'd liked her, too, in his way. She was the only person he'd known who could make terminal seem like a punchline. The window fogged under his breath, leaving the city beyond in a dull, impressionistic blur. He traced a smiley face into the condensation, then erased it with the heel of his hand. "Tell her I'll send another letter," he said, and then, after a pause, "I hope you get some sleep tonight." The only response was a faint, scratchy hum, the sine wave of Miles' insomnia vibrating between them. But eventually the line went dark, and he was alone in the blue dimness of his box apartment. The rain kept going undeterred. He sat on the edge of the mattress. No frame, just a lumpy slab of foam on the floor, surrounded by piles of laundry that were neither clean nor dirty, just perpetually in flux. The laptop blinked from its perch on a crate, open to the blank page of a Word document he hadn't managed to fill in 3 days. He rolled his shoulders, stretched, then opened his inbox instead. The first email was from the university, reminding him of an overdue tuition payment. The next few were spam. Discount timepieces, car insurance, something about extending his penis. He almost deleted the last one, but the subject line snagged his attention just enough to make him click. A watch stored in water forever. The body of the email was a single line. No greeting, no sign-off, just, "Why do they always say the court stops when you drown it?" Beneath, a Google Drive link. He hovered over it, curiosity atomizing into something sharper, almost metallic. Miles, maybe, or someone else, one of the grad students in Miles' seminar, probably the ones with too much time and not enough boundaries. He clicked. The link opened a folder labeled BIO 570, specimens, and inside there was a single video file, untitled.mov. He hesitated for a moment, but then, shrugging, pressed play. The video was grainy, monochrome, fixed security camera angle, maybe from a classroom lab. At first, nothing happened. Just the slow zoom of night settling in, the occasional silver flash of headlights beyond the window. Then a figure entered frame. Someone short, masked, dressed in those blue poly hospital scrubs that looked like eggshells against the dark. They moved with an odd delicacy, staccato and stiff, as if the air had thickened around them. He watched as the figure set down a large Tupperware bin, removed the lid, and gently submerged something inside. Even with the low resolution, he could see the object was a wristwatch, white-faced, heavy, expensive-looking. The masked person held their hands in the water, motionless, for almost a full minute, as if waiting for something real or invisible to occur. Eventually the figure withdrew the hands, dried them meticulously on a paper towel, resealed the Tupperware, and left the way they'd come in. The video ended. He scrolled back, played it again. Each time, the movement seemed less human and more like an animatronic, uncanny, rote, as if the body was only incidentally attached to a will. He minimized the window, tried to refocus on his paper, but the image stuck. The silent, ritual drowning of a useless timepiece. Why do they always say the court stops when you drown it? He tried to remember who had said that. Was it Miles, one of the nights they'd traded trivia over cheap mezcal? Or maybe the watch had belonged to someone else in the seminar, and this was a joke, the dark grad student humor that took the edge off their endless hours in lab basements and lecture halls. He considered texting Miles, some quick, sardonic reference to drowned watches or time running out, but stopped himself. He let the idea settle, uncomfortable and shivery, in the bottom of his head. Next morning, the rain had grown teeth. He woke up to the insectoid clatter of drops machine gunning the fire escape, the city's usual dawn chorus supplanted by water gnashing at old metal. He showered in the dark, out of habit, and dressed in whatever didn't smell like sleep. The campus was only 6 blocks away, but by the time he got there, the cuffs of his jeans were slick and cold against his shins, and his knuckles had switched from numb to burning. Seminar was in the oldest building on campus, a place that stank of pomegranate air freshener and chemical preservative. Hallways lined with battered display cases that showcased jars of translucent frogs, split-open piglets, chicks with 2 beaks or 3 legs. He found it comforting, in a way, proof that life could go wrong and still keep going, become a lesson or a curiosity instead of a disaster. Inside the seminar room, the lights were off, but there were already people inside. Hayden, asleep with his arms folded on the cheap composite table. Lydia, staring into her phone with a look of such withering contempt it was hard to believe she even noticed the rest of the world existed. And the professor, Dr. Sims, who was exactly the kind of woman you'd expect to run a graduate biology seminar, ageless and bird-like, with hands that seemed built for picking apart the world one filament at a time. He slid into a seat. The professor's eyes flicked up, then away again, as if to say she knew exactly what he'd been up to last night, that everyone here had secrets and hers were just organized alphabetically. "Morning," he said to no one. Hayden snorted awake, blinked with the slow ooze of larval thought, and wiped a thread of drool from his cheek. "Jesus," Hayden muttered. "You look hung over." He grinned back, more with his teeth than anything else. "It's just the weather. Feels like we're living inside a kidney." Lydia didn't even lower her phone. "Can we not," she said, "do gross comparisons at 9 a.m.? Some of us have migraines." The professor placed a folder on the table. "We're waiting for one more. In the meantime, open to last week's notes. There's an addendum to the reading." He dug in his backpack, found his notebook, crumpled, water-stained, and flipped to the last section. He tried to focus, underline the changes, but his attention kept wandering, to the way the fluorescent lights vibrated slightly above the threshold of perception, to the smell of wet wool rising off his jacket, to the screensaver on the professor's laptop, which cycled through microscopic images of zebrafish embryos, each blastula a different permutation of blue and pink. Eventually, the last student slouched in. Helen, barely visible under a hoodie so oversized it looked like it was eating her alive. She moved with a limp, or maybe just the ghost of one, and he realized, not for the first time, that all of them were walking wounds in one way or another. That was what the program did. Attracted the brittle, the half-broken, the ones for whom knowing how things came apart was as important as putting them back together. They got through the first hour with minimal pain. The professor led them through new data on gene drives, cross-referencing case studies with a kind of passionless inevitability, as if she was narrating a slow-motion train wreck and wanted them to enjoy the ride. Most of the seminar slouched and took notes. He tried to focus, but his mind kept throwing him back to the video, to the way the masked figure had moved in incremental program steps. During the mid-session break, while everyone else bolted for the vending machines or the bathroom, he gutted up and approached the professor. "Hey, Dr. Sims?" She looked up from her screen, glasses perched on the tip of her nose. "Yes." He hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. "Have you ever heard of... I got this weird video last night. I don't know if it was supposed to be a joke or..." He stopped. "Do you know why someone would submerge a quartz watch in water? Like, intentionally?" The professor's eyes narrowed, calculating. Were they trying to destroy it? Or keep it running? The question startled him. I have no idea. It looked like, he almost said, a funeral. But it sounded melodramatic even in his own head, like a ritual. Is that something people do? She steepled her fingers. There's an old urban legend in biology circles that quartz movements can, under certain conditions, survive total submersion. that in the presence of anaerobic bacteria, some watches keep perfect time for decades. No one's ever proven it, but she trailed off, as though she was about to confess a personal belief and then decided against it. Specimens have been found. Watches, locked in airtight jars. Still ticking. He tried to picture it. A whole lab or a morgue, full of drowned watches all whispering the same second into eternity. "Who sent you the video?" she asked. He shrugged, not wanting to implicate Miles if he didn't have to. There wasn't a name. It just showed up. The professor studied him, lips folding in on themselves. "Delete the link," she said, very quietly. "Sometimes it's better not to know." Then she went back to her screen, and he was dismissed. He spent the rest of seminar twitching in and out of focus. When it was finally over, he grabbed his things and left. Outside, the rain had faded, but clouds hung low and malicious over the quad, and the gutters overflowed with leaf-clogged spit. He walked to his usual coffee shop, expecting to find it empty, but instead found Lydia there, hunched over her laptop and typing with violent precision. She didn't acknowledge him, so he ordered coffee and sat at the far end of her table. He pulled out his notebook, pretended to read, but couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on his back. After a while, Lydia slammed the laptop closed and looked at him hard. "You got the same email, didn't you?" He blinked. "What?" She leaned forward, eyes bright and predatory. "The video, with the watch." He tried to keep his face blank, but his hands had gone cold. "How did you?" "Because it's a fucking prank, that's how. Hayden got it too. Helen probably as well." She sipped her coffee with unnecessary violence. "You know they used to do this every year? Some grad student sends out creepy little riddles, pretends it's some big conspiracy." He tried to laugh, but it came out shallow. "Why?" It was fathoms deep, this silence, the sound the world made before creation, maybe, or after. Victoria let it smother her for a count of 20-30. The medallion of morning sun had shifted near the floor, warming her thighs. When she finally moved, her skirt stuck to the backs of her knees. There was no sound in the old house but the muttery clock and the lowered voices of her parents arguing in the kitchen. And when she stood up, her joints ached. She wandered past the parlor archway into the next room, where half-unpacked cardboard boxes spilled her life onto the carpet. A scattering of books, dog-eared, spine-creased, carrying the scent of the library's musty carpet through her memory. The candles and crystals her mother disapproved of. A black picture frame still face down. Victoria ignored the box with the frame. She pinched a glass tumbler from the dishware heap and crossed to the sink. Around the corner, her parents' voices swelled, then shrank again. She heard her mother say, "You could at least try to understand." Heard her father's reply, a muffled string of consonants that was either a guilt trip or a beginning of surrender. The kitchen tap rasped in her fingers. The water was too cold, sharp against the soft spot above her teeth. She swallowed, pressed the rim to her chin, and listened for footsteps barking into the hallway. 3, 2, 1. Her father. "You ready to help your old man with the boxes?" He hovered in the doorway, sleeves rolled, his face blotchy and red-rimmed from the morning's yard work and whatever argument had finished in the 5 seconds since she left the living room. "I'm not your manservant," she said, but she followed him anyway, out to the driveway, where the rented moving truck waited, its back gaped open like a dislocated jaw. All their possessions were boxed and labeled in her mother's ever-careful capitals. Fragile, this end up, V's bedroom. She wondered how many more times in her life she'd unpack these same objects, reroute them, pretend they belonged somewhere. The air outside was thick and sludgy, sunlight drowned through haze. Victoria's father heaved the first box into her arms. It was labeled school papers in ink that bled at the edges. Inside, she felt the lumpy forms of notebooks, flyers, awards she'd never hung up. "Got it?" he asked. She bent her head in a non-committal grunt. He went back for another box, then stood straight. "We're lucky to have this, you know," he said, as though she hadn't been listening to that sermon since she was 9. "Some people don't bounce back." Victoria stared at the house, its unfamiliar siding, the realtor-planted hydrangeas already sagging in the mulch. "I don't feel lucky," she said. He made a noise that was neither anger nor sympathy, a kind of hollow exhale, like something in him had long ago collapsed and left a space that couldn't refill. "Just put your things upstairs. Your mother picked the room on the left for you." Victoria nodded, blinking into the sun as she walked up the path. A fly circled her knuckles, landed, and she watched its legs scissor over her skin. She did not brush it off. Inside, her mother's voice drifted from somewhere behind a stack of flattened boxes. "V, we're ordering pizza tonight. Okay?" "Fine." The stairs creaked. Her shoes raised indentations in the plush, never-lived-in carpet. The house was newer than any they'd lived in before, shoddily constructed, too big for 3 people but too small to lose yourself in. Upstairs, the room on the left was blue, her favorite color 2 years ago, when her mother started stockpiling paint chips in anticipation of settling down. Victoria's furniture was already in. The bed, bolted together wrong, its slats creaking. The bookshelf, the desk with chewed corners. She dropped the box on her bed and sat beside it. The mattress smelled like closed windows. She opened the school papers box and rifled until she found the folder from Ms. Plath's English class. Stories? Fall semester. She flipped past the first 3. Her handwriting, blocky and resentful, circled in red, and stopped on the one called Time Capsule. The story began. "On the day we buried my dog, my brother put his hand in mine and didn't let go for hours." Victoria closed it, shoving the folder deep under her pillow. Downstairs, she heard the low, wet sounds of her parents kissing rough, hurried, the way they always did after a fight. She lay back on the blanket, staring up at the blankness where a ceiling fan might someday go. She closed her eyes, counting how many homes she'd lived in since she was born. This was the 6th. Each one had a feature her mother called its character. The haunted furnace, the raspberry vine, the dead spot in the backyard where nothing would grow. Here, she sensed the character was emptiness, dust, the echo chamber sound of her own breathing. After a while she got up, unpacked, then repacked, then unpacked again. She lined her broken-spined books on the shelf, alphabetically, stopping short at the volume that had belonged to her brother, then shoving it in backwards so the pages faced out. The window overlooked the neighbor's pool. A toddler in pink floaties thrashed in the shallow end while her mother, tanned and perfect, scrolled through her phone and barked orders at someone inside. Victoria watched, hollowed out, until the girl slipped under and resurfaced, coughing. Her mother was already hauling her up, swaddling her in a towel, never pausing her conversation. Victoria moved away from the glass, opened her closet. She ran a finger over the row of sweaters she no longer wore. On the floor, half a box waited for her to finish sorting. Trophies with her name misspelled, old science project medals, a rubber-banded bundle of letters. She picked one up. It was addressed to herself, in her brother's handwriting, from the rehab in Arizona. She didn't open it. She knew what it said anyway. Apologies, promises, a joke about the food, a lie about being happy. She said it in the back of the closet. She was about to close the door when a knock shivered the air. Yeah. She didn't care if her response was surly, but her mother's voice was gentle, as if she'd already anticipated the mood. "Pizza in half an hour, sweetie." "I'm not hungry. You need to eat." A pause, long enough for Victoria to see her mother's shadow wavering behind the door. "Can you come down for just a minute? Please." Victoria braced herself against the shelf, feeling the wood dig into her palms. "Fine." She collected herself, wiped her nose on her wrist, and headed down, taking the steps slow so as not to rush this inevitable scene. The kitchen table was set, a three-person triangle with paper plates and a stack of napkins. Her father was at the sink, still in his sweat-darkened shirt, mouse clicking through emails on his phone. Her mother poured wine into a glass already a quarter empty. "Victoria," her mother said, motioning for her to sit. "We want to talk. As a family." The words triggered a centuries-old dread. Victoria took the seat furthest from her parents, tracing the fake wood grain on the tabletop. If she squeezed her eyes, she could picture her brother across from her, scowling or making faces. That small, unavoidable gap in the world. Her mother cleared her throat. "We start at your new school Monday. It's a fresh start." She smiled, lips trembling just a fraction. "No one knows us here. We can finally—" She fluttered her hand, as if wishing into existence whatever came next. "You can be anything, V." Her father made a noise that was meant to be agreement or at least solidarity. Victoria said nothing. She forked a crust from the center of the cardboard pizza, shredded it into smaller pieces, ate one, then left the rest to harden. Her mother's gaze drifted to the wine glass. "You'll try, won't you?" she said softly, not looking up. Victoria couldn't decide which answer would hurt more. "Sure," she said. "I'll try." "Thank you," her father blurted, as if it settled something. They ate the rest of the meal in fits and starts, the silence punctuated by the sharp clicks of her father's fork against the plate. When she excused herself, neither parent made her stay. Upstairs, the blue-painted walls reflected the late sun, and the neighbor's pool was empty. She sat on the carpet, opened her phone to see if anyone had messaged her since yesterday. A single group chat already fading into in-jokes she didn't get. She scrolled anyway, then closed the phone and listened to the house settle around her. The unfamiliar constructions, the cheap walls amplifying every tremor. It came to her that night in bed, while she tried to count the constellations on her ceiling. She should have asked about the attic. Maybe this house had one. It had always been her brother's thing, finding secret spaces, hiding in the crawl holes or up in the rafters where their parents wouldn't look for hours. Even as kids, when their parents were still pretending at happiness, it was always Victoria's brother who led her by the hand into other people's forgotten places. She went to the hallway quietly at first. The house was so new the floors barely creaked. To her left, her parents' door was cracked an inch, the glow of her mother's bedside lamp illuminating the edge of the jamb. Victoria went right, down the hall until she found what she was looking for. A narrow pull cord in the ceiling, painted over in white. She caught it on the third jump, giving it a hard yank. The attic hatch groaned and released, sending down a thin staircase stinking of new plywood. Victoria waited. She listened, counted seconds. No one stirred. She climbed the steps and shouldered herself into the attic, where the air was oven-hot, suffocating. It was an unfinished crawl space, the floor carpeted in insulation. A single bulb hung by a cord, and when she switched it on, the dust exploded into motes like a snowstorm. There wasn't much up there. A few battered suitcases, a box of holiday decorations her mother had managed to unpack in spite of everything, and at the far end, something beneath a sheet. Victoria crawled over. The insulation needled her knees, but she was used to discomfort. She pulled back the sheet. Underneath, a trunk, antique, with a latching brass smile. Her heart hiccuped. She remembered chests like this from old houses or suburban yard sales, always locked, always holding someone else's junk or treasure. She hesitated. Her brother would have opened it. Fast, reckless, not caring about permission. Victoria gripped the latch and lifted. Inside, papers. Photos stacked in elastic bands, the edges curled and browned. A few children's drawings. She recognized her own. A curtained window and a half-formed family. Letters, too, and greeting cards thick with handwriting. There was a teddy bear, ancient, with an eye sewn on in red thread. She felt a dizzy sense of vertigo, as if the attic floor sloped away from her. She took out the photos, flipped through them one by one. These were not her family. Strangers at Christmas. A man in a suit standing next to a dog with 3 legs. A child with a birthmark shaped like a continent. Victoria stared, turning the images over for a name, a hint, an explanation, but the backs were blank or dated in years that made no sense. 1987, 2001, 1974. She found her own drawing at the bottom of the trunk. At least, she thought it was hers. The lines were shaky, but the signature on the back was her name, spelled out in her brother's favorite orange marker. She felt the paper. It was brittle. Why was this here? Who had kept it? A thump below startled her. Victoria killed the light and stayed perfectly still. Through the seam of the attic hatch, she could see a wedge of hallway brightness. Somewhere, as Gilbert understood it, there was a precise instant when a person turned into who he would always be. Like the moment fog slips over the headlights on Route 46 and wraps the world in fleece, or the first time he heard his father cough behind closed doors. A wet, tarry sound, animal in its desperation. You couldn't run that moment in reverse. He tried, if you counted the hours after school he spent undoing knots, or how he cut the crusts off his sandwiches and lined up each square on the plastic wrap like soldiers, waiting for orders, then eating them in the same sequence every time. Nothing in the living room made sense now. Not the impression on the corduroy armrest, which he circled with a greasy finger, nor the way his mother barked laughter with her lips stretched flat and her teeth showing. The TV volume blasted so that even the cartoons sounded like fights. "Stop that," his mother said, not looking up from her phone, not meaning the TV or his fidgeting. She never meant what she said, or if she did, it had nothing to do with his side of the wall. Gilbert got up, his aftershave blue jeans sticking at the knees, and padded through the kitchen. The radio said something about a violent cold snap. The air tasted like cheap sauce and steel. There was a plane overhead, rumbling so closely he felt it in his molars. He counted the planes, always, ever since they moved after Dad's funeral, 1, 2, 3, a fourth on clear days, each passing at the exact right minute, according to a green app on his phone. The planes had to come, and if they didn't, the world would stop. Simple as that. Sometimes he imagined them not only missing, but crashing, spiraling down through clouds that squirmed and clung, the hulls snapping like his mother's teeth. It frightened him and made him shiver with a tight, wet excitement. He didn't tell anyone this, not even the therapist with the big dark eyebrows, because there was a right answer to every question and that wasn't it. It was a Thursday. The worst day, because on Thursdays he had to go to the rec center after school, where children yelped and ran in circles and the light overhead painted everyone the color of diluted milk. He zipped his coat to the throat and waited for his mother to say goodbye. She slammed the door without looking at him, but he felt her glance peel away from her phone. He savored it, catching the flecks of attention like the last flakes of a box of cereal. The bus came on time, and the driver said, "Hey Gil, you're tall today." Gilbert searched her face for the joke. It wasn't a compliment, he knew. He shrank toward the window. Outside, the world swam by. Cookie-cutter houses with driveways polished like bone. Pink flamingos perched in rigid pairs. A single sodden shoe clinging to a sewer grate. He pressed his forehead to the plexiglass and felt nothing but the throb of a coming headache. He watched for the dead dog. Every week, a little farther from the curb, it decayed in slow stages. The first day, for legs, sharp snout, for that might have once been caramel. Then, as the winter set in, it looked more like a crumpled scarf than a greasy black lump. Last Tuesday it was gone, and this morning he'd realized it was likely someone had moved it. Not that a dog could evaporate. The thought left him queasy, a strange nostalgia for something he'd never touched. Inside the rec center, he checked in at the front desk, signing his initials with a pen chained to the counter. There was always a smell, disinfectant and plastic mats, and, occasionally, a whiff of ammoniac sweat. The waiting room was crowded, hollow-eyed parents scrolling on cell phones, younger siblings gnawing baggies of apple slices, and kids like him, hunched into the vinyl chairs, their faces lit by the blue of their own screens. He found his spot and pulled out his notebook. Gilbert liked to draw maps of impossible places. Cities built in spirals, bridges connecting nothing at all, houses where the doors opened to blank walls. He shaded the tunnels, penciled the cracks, and added broken windows to each building. It was the only way he could make sense of the world. He hated how adults always asked, "What is it?" as if there had to be a single answer. Across the room, a girl with two ponytails stared at him, unblinking. He stared back, refusing to be the one who flinched. She made her thumb and index into a little gun, pointed at him, and clicked her tongue. He didn't react, but his drawing hand tingled with the urge to tear the page. Instead, he colored the sky with brutal black pencil strokes. When his mother finally arrived, smelling of wind and damp cigarettes, she said nothing as he climbed into the car. The silence was like the pause before a fire alarm. He watched the traffic, keeping count of every Nissan and Honda. At home, he microwaved a burrito and ate it standing up, chewing each bite 30 times. That night, he listened to the planes. The drone smoothed out the thoughts in his head. He imagined the world above the clouds, cold, clean, so far away. He thought of the dead dog, and for some reason, his eyes burned. He pressed his pillow over his face and lay like that until the world went black and the dreams could start. Each one was the same, him running through empty streets, chased by something that was always almost there, its breath a roar in his ears. He woke up before it caught him every time, but the next morning, he found a scrap of black fur on the sidewalk, thick and matted as wire, and he turned it over and over in his hands, feeling for a heartbeat. Hashtag, when Gilbert's father was alive, breakfasts were always eggs, burnt at the edges, a scrape of cheese, sometimes a sliver of Spam if the right coupons came in the mail. The old man would grunt at the stove, squeezing the spatula with the same grip he used on the wheel of their car, and mumble about weather or politics or the things he could fix if the world would only let him. If Gilbert spilled anything, even a drop of milk, his father would flick his knuckle, hard, and say, "You need to have control." Now, every morning was silent and raw. The apartment echoed. Just a twin mattress, 2 chairs, a couch stained with something no amount of scrubbing would lift. The kitchen table was a plastic deal from Walmart, too low for his knees. Breakfast was whatever his mother forgot to hide. Crackers, pickles, cold beans, or sometimes just a mug of water and a packet of hot sauce. Through the open window, the city sounded like it was fighting itself. Sirens, always. Yapping dogs, doubled by echoes. Cars, their horns jabbing and retreating, as if threatening to breach the building's tired brick shell. The sky was a thin, tinny blue, the kind of color that made him think of cheap jewelry. At school, the trick was to keep moving, to not give anyone a reason. If you stopped, if you lingered, something would happen. Today, the halls smelled like urine and sour cafeteria pizza. The girl with the ponytails was there again, this time with a friend. She stepped in front of him, eyes bright with cruelty. Gilbert's palms itched. He thought of the maps in his notebook, the lines he could walk to get away. Turn at the water fountain, duck into the janitor's closet, follow the fire exit signs to the chain-link fence. Instead, he kept his gaze on the floor, stepping aside. The girl said, "Are you going to cry, or what?" Her friend giggled, sharp as torn foil. Gilbert didn't slow. He counted the silent steps to the classroom door, slipped inside, and slid into the seat closest to the wall. Math class was a relief in a way. The teacher was ancient, with a back like a question mark and glasses that made his eyes look black and bottomless. He talked in a rumble, never calling on anyone, letting the homework do the talking. Gilbert liked the neatness of equations, the way numbers lined up and made sense if you forced them to. He lost himself in fractions, refused to look up even when he could feel paper airplanes thudding into the back of his head. During lunch, he ate alone, as always, at the end of the table. The food was grayish, a slick rectangle of turkey, a wedge of carrot cake so dry it crumbled before reaching his mouth. He didn't mind. When you ate with no one watching, you could eat however you liked. A fork clattered nearby. "You'd like my dog," said a girl from 2 seats away. "He bites people." He glanced at her. He'd seen her before. Skinny arms, navy blue shirt with a white stain near the hem, nails painted wrecked black. She was watching him, but not with the same predatory look as the ponytail girl. More like a scientist, half interested, almost bored. "I used to like dogs," Gilbert said, surprising himself. He pushed carrot crumbs into a line, as straight as he could. "My dog's a bastard," the girl said, showing yellow teeth. "But he keeps raccoons away from our garbage, so—" She shrugged, looking out the window as if there might be a raccoon there right now. Gilbert wanted to tell her about the dead dog on his bus route, how it had started whole and ended as nothing, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he said, "Do the raccoons ever win?" She laughed, loud enough that a teacher looked over. "All the time, man." After school, the rec center was loud with squealing kids and the echo of half-hearted announcements through the PA. Gilbert found a quiet corner behind the vending machines, opened his notebook, and drew the dead dog again, this time beneath the boughs of a tree that stretched past the moon. He shaded the fur with deep, fevered lines, making it more animal than before, less scarf and more beast. His hand cramped, but he kept going, filling the entire page gray. He didn't notice the girl with the black nails until she was right beside him. "Let me see," she said, and before he could close the book she looked, her face unreadable. "Cool," she said. "That's the one from behind the car dealership, right?" Gilbert nodded, unsure if she was mocking or just stating fact. "They said it got hit by a truck," she said. "But honestly, I think someone did it on purpose. People are cruel." He thought about her words as he walked home. The idea of someone doing it on purpose made an odd sense. If there were people who made things happen, maybe there were people who could stop them. He imagined being that kind of person, someone who could reach forward in time and change the shape of things. His mother came home late, arms full of grocery bags. She looked exhausted, skin pulled shiny around her nose and eyes. She unloaded boxes and cans in silence, then made a sandwich with shaking hands. "You're bleeding," Gilbert said, noticing a thin red line on her wrist. She glanced down, made a face, wiped it off with a napkin. "Knifed myself on a tuna can. No big deal." He watched her eat the sandwich in 4 savage bites, then tossed the plate into the sink. She turned and stared at him for a while, as if seeing him for the first time. "Why don't you bring friends home?" she asked. "I never see you with anyone." He shrugged. There was a correct answer somewhere, but he couldn't find it. She sighed, the sound like air leaking from a tire. "You need to figure out how to be normal, honey. It's not healthy." He could have told her about the black furred clump in his coat pocket, or about the sound of the planes he always counted, but he saved those for himself. There were things you couldn't explain to people who didn't feel them. That night, Gilbert woke to a sound that was not the planes. It started as a scrabbling, like fingernails on sheet metal. He blinked at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to ebb, but it grew louder, urgent, scratching closer. He sat up, heart chattering. He tried to listen to the sermon, but the echo of his mother's funeral thudded dully behind the words. "He will gather his lambs in his arms," the pastor said. Hamish's head stayed bowed, not out of reverence, but because after standing watch while his mother's body cooled through the night, his skull and spine forged an axis of silent protest against any further uprightness. He could hear the rows of neighbors shifting restlessly behind, coats slithering on the green felt benches and coughs suppressed and not. Everyone had come, or at least sent a cousin. Even Camilla Vernon, who lived out by the Andersons and never appeared at anything but weddings. He'd glimpsed her face as he was shouldered into the church, a white smudge beneath a feathered black hat, watching him as if she expected him to erupt mid-aisle. The church smelled of lilies and mothballs, and the heat was up so high he could feel the dress shirt melting into his back. The organ sobbed. Mabel Yancey's voice, always shrillest at moments like these, warbled through, "Abide with me." His father sang neither loud nor soft, just continuous, like an electric line that would snap if it went silent. Hamish kept his lips closed. His mother had never cared much for hymns. She'd loiter in the kitchen during Sunday Mass, claim a headache or a roast that needed basting, but then afterwards would hum the tunes, every word correct but slyly replaced with nonsense or news. "Abide with me, your father's run out of socks again. Fast falls the eventide. Put the kettle on." The pastor came down from the pulpit. He was short and unsteady, the kind of man heads turned up to as a reflex but soon downplayed in memory. He lowered himself in front of Hamish and his father as if they were his only audience, though the church was full. "We were all blessed," he said, "to know her." Hamish looked up, straight into watery blue. "What the Lord takes, he redeems," the pastor added, and put a clammy palm on Hamish's shoulder. There was an awkward silence, like a bowl left empty on a bare table. The pastor moved down the line. After the service, they herded him out with the processional, and Hamish spent a numbed interval shaking hands and accepting condolences in a blur of gloved hands and floral scents and memories of his mother's old perfume. Something called Shalimar that lingered in her cupboards even after she stopped wearing anything but sweaters and sweat. People said the expected things. She was a treasure. "Let us know if you need anything." She made the best rhubarb pie. Most didn't look at him but at a safe shoulder zone, as if worry about eye contact was contagious. He felt himself shrink with every handshake. His father bore up, square-shouldered, expression set at his customary half-smile. A careful calibration that said, "Yes, it hurts, but let's not make a scene." Hamish's mind shrieked for a scene. He wanted to grab someone by the collar and demand, "Tell me what I'm supposed to do now." Outside, the wind was a slap. It flattened the thin black suit to his skin and pulled at his tie. The hearse was already leaving, trailing wreaths like detritus. People huddled in clusters, heads bowed not in prayer but in anticipation of the next step. The rapid walk to the cars, the slow file into the cemetery, the quicker escape to the buffet at the Elks Lodge. His father was speaking with the undertaker. Hamish walked away, toward the edge of the churchyard, past the stunted yews that his mother had always threatened to replace. He felt something shifting inside his coat, like a trapped insect, and remembered too late the note in his pocket. He pressed the envelope between his hands until the edges dug little crescents into his palms. He didn't want to read it yet. He wanted to hold on to it as a kind of hostage, something to ransom the possibility that this was all some misread misfortune, that his mother would come striding out from behind the church with 2 mugs of hot cocoa and a scarf for each of them. He wanted to believe she had left him a cheat sheet for the next weeks, or at least an answer to the question that curled under each word he spoke now, which was, "How long before I become like him?" But the wind's fingers were tenacious, and in the whirl of black coats and drifting voices, the envelope seemed to pulse with heat. He ducked behind the yews, hardly hidden, but in the lee of their ragged branches he tore the envelope open. The paper inside was his mother's usual stationery. Blue-lined, the edges deckled as if meant for important correspondence. He held it flat against his thigh. "Hamish, if you're reading this, you've already heard all the things that polite people say when someone is gone, so I won't repeat them. No one knows what to say, including me. You were always better at endings than beginnings. I want to tell you a few things that matter and some that don't, and you can decide which is which. There are $500 in 50s in the sewing kit behind the bread box. Don't let your father invest it. I never liked the Yanceys. Their dog peed on my tulips every spring for years, and they never bothered to apologize. When I was 8, my father heaved my rabbit into the pond because it chewed his bean plants. Sometimes people do things that are small but stick. No one in this town is half as smart as you, and everyone knows it, even the ones who roll their eyes. Don't stick around out of guilt. 1 week, 2 at most, then take the money and leave. You can always come back if you change your mind, but it's much harder to leave the second time. Your father loves you in his way, but his way is not your way. Let him be and let yourself be. Also, the recipe for the lemon cake is in the blue notebook by the stove. Thank you for never pretending I was perfect. Love, Mom. Hamish closed the note. The wind stilled, as if the air was taking a moment to absorb the contents. The ground at the back of the church sloped down to the river road, a shifty gray line at this time of year, the banks slushed with ice and mud. He followed a rutted path between the yews and the fence and came out by the back lot, where the funeral cars idled. The driver turned up the heater and glanced at him, then away. Someone had left a sandwich wrapper in the gutter. His stomach performed a slow flip-flop. He supposed he was hungry, but the knowledge just made him queasier. He considered circling the churchyard again or even walking home, but his father would expect him back. The prospect of sitting through the graveside prayers, the endless fidget of knees and elbows before the final shovelful, filled him with a helpless, fizzy dread. He looked again at the note, ran his thumb over his mother's slanted signature, the looping O in Mom. Take the money and leave. It sounded more like a threat than advice. He stared at the patchy sky, pale winter blue with clouds the color of dishwater. He wished, in a quick, sharp way, that he could have been the kind of son who found comfort in church, or in other people, or even in the idea of being comforted. But his mother knew him better than that. He pressed the letter to his heart for a second, then, feeling foolish, shoved it back in his pocket. Car horn jolted him. His father was waving impatiently from the old Chevy, already half loaded with funeral flowers and loose programs and the town's only decent umbrella. Hamish jogged to the car, sliding into the front seat before his father could say anything. They drove in silence. The radio was tuned to local news but produced only static. At the cemetery, a cluster of family and hangers-on milled around the grave. The headstone was already in place, though the dates weren't yet carved. The ground was muddy and several feet of half-dead grass rimmed the open hole. His father went straight to the pastor, shaking hands and whispering in the close, manly way that men in this town reserved for deep pain or possible litigation. Hamish hung behind, staring at the rectangle of torn sod. His mother had once described the local graveyard as the town's most honest address, and he tried to imagine her joining the rows of granite, her name stiff and spelling out her absence until stone or time erased it. Someone clapped him on the back. Uncle Carl, already reeking of bourbon and the medicinal tang of aftershave. "You doing okay, kiddo?" he said, not looking at him but at the grave. "Your mom loved you a hell of a lot." Hamish didn't trust himself to answer. It occurred to him that this was a trial, and if he passed, maybe he'd get his mother back. He tried not to cry or show that he wanted to, or show that he was trying not to. The effort left him colder than the wind. The pastor spoke briefly, then invited anyone who wished to say something. Hamish's father stepped forward, eyes glassy but alert. "She was the best of us," he said. "Kept the house running, kept us honest, made this town feel like home." His voice hardened. "We won't forget her." He looked at Hamish and nodded, as if urging him to take his turn. Hamish thought of what his mother would want him to say. Then he thought of what she would want him to do. He nodded back and stepped to the edge of the grave. "She hated funerals," he said, barely above a whisper. It came out as a joke and a confession, and for a moment his mother was there again, rolling her eyes from the kitchen. He felt a smile, oddly sharp and real, prick at his lips. "If you remembered her, you should probably do something fun, or at least eat cake." Lemon was her favorite. A noise, half laugh and half sob, rippled through the group. He felt himself exhale for the first time that day. He didn't know if he'd done it right, but he'd done it. He stepped back, watching someone lower the casket. The sound of wet dirt on would hit his spine like a dropped book. When the others drifted off toward the Elks Buffet, Hamish lingered by the stone. His father stood beside him, neither of them speaking. They waited in the raw air, long after the last mourner left, until twilight bled the sky pink-orange and their knees ached and their feet went numb. "You going to stay with me?" his father asked at last, not looking at him. "For a little bit," Hamish said. He didn't know how long a little bit was or what would happen after. He felt the letter in his pocket again, its edges already softening. His father nodded, accepting this barely more than nothing as the most anyone could hope for. Together they walked home. The first week passed in the kind of blur that never made sense to Hamish. The world was still there, in all its routines. The postman knocked at 10, the factory whistle shrieked at noon, Mrs. Armante's dog howled whenever the garbage truck clanked by. Nothing had changed except for the fact that everything now felt faintly wrong, as if the universe had tipped a degree to the left and no one else noticed. His father rose each morning at 5, the way he always had, but now his shuffles down the hall carried a new, heavier thud. Most days, he left for work before Hamish came down, and returned long after dark, smelling of metal and cigarette smoke. Dinners were silent and rapid, cans opened and consumed with quick efficiency, his father's eyes fixed somewhere above Hamish's right shoulder. Toward the end of the week, Hamish started staying out later, telling himself he was helping the old widow next door stack firewood or running errands for the grocery, but mostly he just walked. Miles and miles around the town, up and down the frozen back streets, until his cheeks stung and his nose bled and he could pretend, for a few blocks. Allie scoured, wrung, and re-wiped every countertop edge with an intensity that verged on mania. She pried a cereal bowl away from the dried-up patina of milk and sang the alphabet under her breath because she'd read somewhere it was the optimal hand-washing duration. The phone buzzed with a bright, warbling chirp, and for a second she debated letting it go to voicemail. A brief, silly rebellion she thoroughly enjoyed before picking up. Allie flicked off the tap, wiped her hands on her shorts, and swiped the phone from its place beside the stove. The name on the screen made her stomach pebble. Mara. At once Allie regretted not letting it ring. She tapped answer, bracing herself. "Hey! Oh my God!" Mara moaned. "I can practically smell the bleach through the phone. What is it with you and industrial solvents lately?" Allie's voice came out thin, evasive. "It's just a little spritz. How's Jude?" A beat of silence on the other end. "Are you okay?" Mara's tone softened, as if Allie were a cracked jar under too much pressure. "I haven't seen you in, forever." "Sorry, it's just been busy," Allie said. The lie went down like a lump of dough. Lately, busy had become her default. Busy with work, busy with her mom, busy with everything except her friends and Jude, who had started to feel like an abstract concept. The boy she'd once mapped her entire future around now seemed more theoretical than the X chromosomes in her bio textbook. Mara filled the silence with nervous chatter, inviting her to a bonfire at the lake that night. Some epic send-off for Ryan, who was spending August in Tokyo with his dad. It would be just their group. "Please, Allie, don't flake. I'll personally throttle you if you bail." A laugh leaked out of Allie, small, foreign, and Mara seized it. "I'll pick you up at 8. We're stopping for Taco Bell. You need carbs? Babe, you sound like a robot that runs on guilt and Gatorade." Allie promised she'd be ready, and as soon as she hung up, she pressed her palm to the fridge, the cold condensation biting her skin. She counted her heartbeat until it slowed. At 7:50, Allie did a final once-over in the bathroom mirror. Her hair looked exactly the same as it did every day, but she fussed anyway, pinching the roots until it fell right. She wore a threadbare hoodie, too warm for July but comforting, and focused on the ritual of zipping and unzipping. The kitchen clock stuttered into the next minute. Across the house, the front door rattled open, the hinges loud as a dentist's drill. "Allie, you upstairs?" Her mom's voice, equal parts cigarette and chamomile. "Yeah, coming," Allie called back. She landed at the bottom of the stairs just as Mara barreled through the door, a tornado of bleach blonde hair and thrift store bravado. Mara finagled her way into a hug, leaving a smear of coconut body spray in her wake. It was only then that Allie noticed Jude parked outside, engine idling, one arm slung over the passenger seat. Mara grinned, following Allie's gaze. "Don't freak, okay? He's not, contagious." Allie's mouth went dry. "You said it was just us." Us meaning the group. Group meaning, "Oh my God, go talk to him, you ice queen. I'll be 5 minutes, tops." Allie hesitated on the porch, the screen door catching on her heel. Jude watched her approach, blinking slow and deliberate, as if he were afraid quick movements might spook her. She slid into the passenger seat, legs stiff. "Hey, hey!" He didn't look at her. His knuckles were pale on the steering wheel, tendons stretched like cables. "We can go now if you want." Over his shoulder, Allie watched Mara haggling with her mom over curfew. Her mother's hands folded in a delicate lattice, Mara's flailing in protest. A slow, sad smile tweaked Jude's mouth. "I missed you," he said quietly. Allie closed her eyes. She memorized the ache of it. The drive to the lake unspooled in fits and starts, as if any stretch more than a couple minutes would prove fatal. The Taco Bell order was mercifully brief. Jude insisted on paying, then overcompensated with a diatribe on the merits of cinnamon twists versus nachos. Allie tried to laugh at his jokes, but the last few months had left her with a damaged-sounding laugh, like the scratch of a needle over an old record. They parked on the shoulder of the main road, a mile from Sadie Hollow. The lake itself, a muddy ellipsis flanked by pines and blanketed in fog most months of the year. Mara and Jude led the way down the gravel path, the paper sack of tacos swinging between them like some ancient sacrificial offering. Allie drifted behind, watching the fog blot out the sky. When they reached the clearing, the rest of the group had already arrived. Ryan with his skateboard, clacking it against a picnic table. Cecily and Brandon sparring with glow sticks, shattering the peace with laughter. She could feel the weight of Jude's gaze tugging her into the moment, anchoring her among the bodies and voices. If she closed her eyes, she could almost pretend things were normal. But even in the dark, she could make out the ghosts of the summer, shrapnel of inside jokes, bruised silences, and the distant memory of what it was to be in love with someone who expected nothing from her but kindness. The bonfire started as all bonfires did, with impossible bravado and a half-empty bottle of lighter fluid. Mara tried to set the picnic bench on fire. Ryan, already tipsy, set his shoes too close to the flames and spent the rest of the night barefoot and limping. Allie stayed at the edge of the circle, knees hugged to her chest. Every so often, Jude would drift her way, tossing kindling into the fire with a deliberateness that made her want to reach for him, smooth his tension into something soft. He sat beside her, not touching, just close enough that the heat off his body radiated through their jeans. For a while they said nothing, letting the noise of the others fill the silence. Eventually he turned to her, eyes rimmed with orange reflection. "Why didn't you respond?" She knew what he meant. She pictured his text, blinking out unanswered in her inbox for weeks. "Please call me. I just want to talk." Because I didn't know what to say. He didn't press. He never did. Instead, Jude picked up a twig, stripped it of bark, and twirled it between his fingers. "I'm sorry about your dad," he said finally. Allie's stomach went through an elevator drop. She wanted to say it's okay, but that would be a lie. So she sat with it, watching the fire gnaw itself to embers. "Can I tell you something weird?" Jude said, breath frosting a little. She nodded. "Sometimes I dream you're still with me," he said. "Like, not just the way it was, better. And every time I wake up, I know I'll forget it by the next night, so I try to write it down. Which is stupid, but..." Allie stared at the fire until it hurt her eyes. The wind whipped her hair around her face, and she tasted smoke on her tongue. She reached for his hand, surprised at her own boldness, and squeezed it hard enough that his knuckles cracked. He squeezed back. They sat like that until Mara called them over for tacos. By midnight, the air was soupy and fragrant with scorched marshmallow. They'd burned through half a dozen logs, the circle shrinking closer as the night grew damp and cold. Ryan lay flat on the grass beside the fire, one arm over his eyes. Cecily and Mara had begun a loud, off-key rendition of Bohemian Rhapsody. Jude had drifted again, this time to the edge of the lake. Allie waited a moment, then followed. She found him throwing pebbles into the dark, the little splashes barely audible over the distant chaos. He didn't turn when she approached, but she saw his jaw clench and relax with the rhythm of his arm. "Were you really dreaming about me?" Allie said. He gave a half shrug, not quite looking at her. "Sometimes. Does that make me a creep?" "No," she said, almost laughing, except for the ache in her lungs. "I dream about you, too." They stood in mutual discomfort, neither quite sure what to do with the confession. Then Jude turned to her, eyes oddly shiny, and for a moment she thought he might cry. Instead, he touched her cheek, rough and gentle. Deshawn lived on Madison, 2 blocks down and up the hill, apartment B. As he walked, Cody tried to remember the exact way Deshawn looked that Friday at lunch. He'd been hyped about the track meet. He'd held out his knuckles for Cody to punch. Cody's hand had hesitated half a second too long, so Deshawn had poked him and called him a goof. He couldn't remember what they talked about after that. Maybe they didn't talk at all. Maybe they just ate and then watched the 7th graders slingshot baby carrots at the library windows. At the corner, Cody pressed the crosswalk button, even though there were no cars. He watched the light change, red to white. The man on the sign blinked insistently. That's how it was with all things, he thought. Either you stopped or you moved, and the time in between didn't count. Deshawn's apartment was up a half flight of concrete stairs, the door with a sticker peeled off and stuck on again crooked. Cody knocked soft, then harder, and after footsteps it opened a crack. Deshawn's mom, hair tied back with a red scarf, gave him a quick look and then wider. "Hey, Cody," she said. "He's in the back. You can head on through." She was smiling, but her lips were tight. There was a smell of onions and something metallic, like blood or pennies. Inside, he heard a TV on somewhere, and Deshawn's voice, not loud, but laughing. "No way, you got it." He found Deshawn on the carpet with 2 other kids, one of whom Cody recognized from gym, the other he didn't know. They had a game going, cards and quarters in a blue tub with some kind of scoring on the side. Cody watched around, then dropped to his knees and slid in next to Deshawn, who nodded at him but didn't say anything else. They played until Deshawn's mom called them for food. Beef and noodles mixed with corn, slopped onto paper plates. The other kids left at dusk, their bikes squeaking down the sidewalk. Cody and Deshawn sat on the makeshift porch, legs dangling through rusted bars. "You really think about dying?" Cody asked, voice low enough that cars couldn't hear. "Not me," Deshawn said. "But people, yeah. My uncle, he was there and then not. Which is weird when you keep seeing the chair he always sat in." Cody nodded, even though he didn't have a chair to imagine. Like, sometimes you think you'll see them again, but you won't. "Nah, I'm gonna see him someday," Deshawn said. And Cody realized he meant in heaven or somewhere, and now Cody had to believe it a little too. They watched the sky go orange, and the first mosquitoes started to whine. Cody slapped one off his ankle. "Come on," Deshawn said, and led him down the stairs and around back to the creek. The air was cooler there, and fireflies hovered over the water in fat blinks. For a while, they just threw rocks at the glinting surface. "Hey, you ever wish you could be a fish?" Cody asked, not sure what made the question pop out. Deshawn spat, then grinned. "Only if I get to be a shark." Cody tried to picture that, Deshawn with shark teeth and a fin, chasing minnows up and down the drainage. He laughed, and Deshawn's smile split the night. They stayed out like that, arms length apart, shadows stretching and thinning, until someone's mom called from a window and it was time to go. On his way home, Cody watched the sky for anything out of the ordinary. He was sure, just for a second, he saw a flicker of blue against the gray. More likely a police light, but he let himself imagine anyway. He watched the taillights recede down the block, neon red through the light rain, until there was nothing but the water running down his face and the echo of Sabrina's voice, taut and knife-sharp, in his ears. The wind snatched at her last words, made nonsense of them, rewrote their meaning. Get some sleep, get a life, get over yourself. If she'd meant any of it, none of those things would have been possible. He stood on the porch, right hand curled around a baluster, the wood splintering under his grip. The twin lamps over the garage were useless, nothing but 2 yellow bruises of light at the edge of the lawn. The street was a wet black wound, stitched at intervals with the fading glow of sodium vapor. Farther down, a neighbor's house flickered with the blue pulse of a television, but the hush of the night meant all the windows and doors were shut tight. He didn't move, not until the drifting smell of after-rain damp and cut grass became stronger than the lingering perfume in the air where she'd stood a moment before. He needed to pee, and his skin itched from the humidity, and none of it seemed even slightly relevant. He counted his breaths to 10, and then again, and when he was sure his legs would work, he pushed himself off the porch and went inside. The house was too big for one person, too quiet, especially after the click of the lock and the hollow echo of the door thudding into its frame. He left the lights off in the front hallway, one less thing to see, one less invitation for memory to creep in. Her bag was still by the coat rack, the one he'd bought 100 years ago, when a weekend away had seemed like a permanent solution. After her, the ghost of a perfume aisle, the rubbery residue of her yoga mat, 3 pairs of shoes, none practical, all expensive. He opened the fridge and then shut it again when he saw the half bottle of wine with his own handwriting on the label, Sabrina. Do not drink, in blocky black marker, which was so perfectly her that his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He stood with his forehead against the fridge door, the metal almost cool. She could still come back. The car could turn around or not turn at all or never have left. But he heard the slow, steady tick of the rain down the gutters and the pulse in his jaw and realized he didn't believe that. Not at all. He let himself sag, his own weight pulling at his joints like marionette strings gone slack. The last few times she'd left, he hadn't even noticed until the next morning. The bed too empty, the toast untouched, the threat of a note folded between the bills on the counter. This time he'd seen her go. He'd asked her to. He'd made it the only reasonable option. His phone vibrated in his back pocket, the silent buzz making him jump. His fingers hesitated over the screen. Nothing from her. Only 2 messages from work. Another system failure. Another urgent please respond. He flicked the phone off again, set it face down in the basket by the microwave, and let the rest of the world collapse to the familiar prism of the dark kitchen. The cartoon dog magnet, the flickering numbers of the coffee maker, the gash of light under the closed bathroom door. He went upstairs, taking off his shoes to muffle his steps, though there was nobody left to wake. The house settled and shifted under him, a slow expansion of wood and dust. In the master bathroom, he stared at himself, ringed with condensation in the spotless mirror. Reddened eyes, the grain of stubble just coming in, lips pressed thin and colorless. The face was familiar and new and ugly, and he didn't look at it long. He washed his hands, slowly, lathering up to the elbows the way she'd always insisted when he cooked. The water ran, and he watched it go because he couldn't think of anywhere else it could possibly end up. He kept the hall light off as he crossed to his bedroom, moving by muscle memory, stepping around the 2 wide-end table and the heap of her clean laundry from the last weekend. He should sleep. He needed to. Instead, he sat at the edge of the bed, knees together, feet turned in, and waited for the room to shrink around him, for the rest of the night to pass. could not have been more than an hour before his phone vibrated again. This time it was a single line of text, 3 syllables, nothing more. Don't. No sender, but he didn't need one. He squeezed the phone so hard he felt the seams flex under his palm. He set the phone face down again. Waited for morning. Heather waited, bracing for the outburst. Instead, her father breathed out through his nose. The way he did after catching himself yelling at a little league game, trying to look like he hadn't meant it. He wiped down his camera lens again, his elbow knocking against an overturned can of Sprite. Heather's mother emerged from inside the van with a load of towels stacked to her chin. Navigating by sonar, it seemed, since she almost plowed into Heather on her way to the picnic table. "Wet ones on the clothesline," her mother called, her voice already receding as she dumped the load and disappeared back inside. "Leave the sand outside, please." Heather's younger brother ran by, shirtless, feet squishing into the soft grass like a stampede of one. He wore goggles, which turned his face into a screaming bug's. Heather imagined throwing sand at him. The urge was nearly overwhelming. Her father caught her look, and for a moment, his face threatened to crack back into that wincing half-smile, the one he wore after car accidents and orthodontist appointments. He set the camera on the table, adjusted the tripod with deliberate care, and faced her. "You're not going to be in the mood all week, are you?" The words snapped in the air. Heather thought about lying, but she was too tired to invent a future Heather, one who was less sullen and more grateful. She shrugged, giving him nothing. He leaned in, lowering his voice until it was just for her. "You could at least try. Your mother planned this for months." Heather studied a mosquito biting the back of her own hand, debating whether to let it finish. Her skin burned, but when she slapped it, the mosquito left a streak of her blood anyway. "What do you want from me?" she asked quietly. "I didn't want to come here." Her father recoiled like she'd struck him. "It's a family vacation. That's what families do." She wondered if he believed it. If somewhere, locked in the hardest parts of himself, he thought vacations fixed things. That sand in your crotch and dead Wi-Fi equaled some kind of parental absolution. Across the campground, the boy with the skateboard reappeared, holding a stick now, his face red and determined. He stabbed at something under a birch tree, then bent to retrieve whatever he'd killed. "Heather, look at me." Her father put a hand on her arm, gentle but insistent. The touch made her want to cry, which only intensified the pressure behind her breastbone. "Don't," she said, voice sticky with warning. He let go. "You can't just sulk the entire—" "Dad," she said, finally looking at him. "Please." They stared at each other for a full 10 seconds, maybe more. Then her father turned away, setting his jaw, and picked up the camera again. "Fine, but I need a few photos before dinner. For your mom." She nodded just once. He seemed to deflate, as if she'd squeezed the last protest out of him. "You know, this is supposed to be fun," he muttered. Not at her, but not to himself either. Heather watched the light catch on the lens, refracting into rainbow rings across the picnic table. Somewhere distant, cicadas buzzed, as relentless as the humidity. She wiped at the mosquito blood and went to join her brother, who was now digging for something beneath their camper, goggles fogged and jaw set. She didn't want to be here, but for the moment at least she was. The stairs at 807 Malthus Lane had never once creaked beneath Gilbert. Most belonged to the type of house that settled into itself, a little sigh of shrinking timber or distended floorboards, but this place just sat, stolid and waiting. 2 stories and a crawl space beneath, perched on a corner lot, the shingles curling away from the roof as if the house itself wanted nothing to do with the cold world above. Across the street, everything was new. Beige garages, plastic siding, fake stone chimneys, mailboxes that stood in a straight parade. Gilbert lingered under the overhang, waiting for the last click of his mother's Accord's blinker to disappear. He kept the same route through the house every afternoon, His backpack cut across the dining room table like a burglar's shadow. There was nothing to do, nowhere to sit that wasn't already claimed by his father's cardboard boxes or his mother's home office, which was a ring of half-eaten pens and unopened binders corralled around a cracked laptop. Besides, today he planned to brave the crawlspace again. He'd gone down there on Wednesday, pressed by a dare from Andrew Trask, and discovered something that no one in his house believed. At the door to the basement, Gilbert cold-palmed the knob. It stuck fast with old paint, and the air behind it escaped in one long sigh, as if it had been holding itself pent up for exactly this. The steps, too shallow for actual feet, forced him sideways, so he slid to the bottom on the soles of his shoes, landing on the concrete with an ankle wrench. The root beer smell of old plywood and mineral dust, the shuttle cabin reeked of sweat, engine coolant, and that electric tang from recycled air scraping through ancient, half-dusted fans. Morrow's knees kissed the metal. His hands dug into the rim of the hatchway as the planet crawled into view. Turbulence swatted the shuttle, and pieces of old vomit sloshed in the back of his throat. He swallowed, because if he ruined his last set of fatigues before landing, the quartermaster would notice. They made landfall hard, chunked into the surface so rough that someone behind him yelped, and Morrow's cheek smacked the paneling. Out the viewport, the world just looked wrong. Not red, not brown, not green. The sand was the sickly lavender of bruised skin, and as the ramp hissed open, a wet, oily wind licked inside, trailing grit and rot. A scream built behind Morrow's ribs, a thin animal sound, but he kept it caged. He stepped out into the soup of air, vision blurred by the grit. The wind made his lips peel back, and already he could taste the place. Old blood and battery acid, the misery of 1,000 dead promises. Ahead, the rest of the unit shuffled, helmets down, shoulders hunched like they might fold themselves in half and disappear. They all had their rifles, but none of them looked ready to shoot. The landscape was a graveyard of petrified bone, knuckles and ribs locked together to build a terrain that stretched black as disease. Each step broke something underfoot. His boots filled with dust, and Morrow wondered, absurdly, if that was someone's ancestor working into the sweat between his toes. He was supposed to meet a contact here. The op brief had only called it the receiver, and the photo had shown a man whose face had been washed out by some drunken effect of the twin suns. There was no one here, just the skeletons and the wind. He walked because if he didn't his legs would seize up from fear. The farther they went from the shuttle, the more the world seemed to close in behind them, like a wound healing over. There was a hill up ahead made of spines, vertebrae stacked into a spiral, and at the top was something hunched and waiting. Morrow tried not to catalog the details, the way it was shaped almost like a man, but stretched, arms crimped double, the way its head circled slow and loose on the neck. The thing lifted its hand in a kind of wave, and Morrow's squad stopped as one. It gestured for only him. His squad leader, Vaughn, didn't even pretend he was coming along, barely looked at him. Morrow wondered if everyone else had already made a pact to feed him to whatever waited up there if it meant the rest could leave. He climbed the spine hill, wind eating at his skin, the thing at the top looking more and more like a puppet with the strings cut. There were holes for eyes, but not eyes. It tried to form a smile when it spoke, lips so dry they cracked open, and Morrow had to force himself to focus on the sound instead of the blood running down its chin. "You made it," it said. "Good. I thought they'd send you home. You have the item." Morrow nodded, hands shaking. The thing's breath puddled in the air between them, too thick and sweet. "They want to know who you work for," Morrow managed. The thing's laugh came out in bubbles. "I work for the place you are now standing. Look around. You know the word memory, Morrow?" He didn't answer. "I'm what happens when you burn your history," said the thing. "All that's left is a record of pain. That's who I work for." Morrow tried to hand him the drive. The thing ignored it. "It doesn't matter," the thing said. "They have already landed here. All of them. They came with the first shuttles, the first bombs, the first prayers. You're just the last one who forgot to go home." He saw now. The squad behind him wasn't moving, and when the wind shifted, he saw they were knelt and looking up to him, heads unhelmeted, eyes white and blank as shells. "They want you to remember," the thing said, and Morrow knew it was true. He tried to run. He did, but the spines cut his feet, and the wind got into his lungs, and the blood running from his nose had the same color as the dust. When they found the shuttle weeks later, still idling, still pristine, it was empty but for a dozen sets of boots, neatly lined up at the ramp, soles scrubbed clean, shining. Nothing else left, except, half a mile down the boneyard, a human-shaped mound, half melted into the lavender sand, smiling with empty teeth toward the next memory coming to land.